A fellow delegates to the Provincial Assembly, it's great that I already have your attention. I'm Councillor Nkosi, a member of the Orange team led by Mbogoto in the collective, which is SALGA in the province. I'm therefore today tasked with facilitating a program not to make preambles or speeches, but to facilitate the first session of the day, which they've given me more hours, which because I'm now in charge. They've given me too much. I'm not used to be given too much something to chow because I'm still young. As we all have the program that it will be SALGA, specialist the MEC COCTA, AGSA, which is the Auditor General South Africa. Some have the MEC DDET, which is not part. It will be MEC COCTA. And we'll also have the Provincial Treasurer, whom I'm told today they won't be speaking about the UIF, which is the wasteful expenditure or unauthorized, but they'll be talking about how much money is there for your third quarter as municipalities. Without any waste of time, I'd also like Mr. Lenz Joel or Joel Lenz, I don't know which is the name and which is the surname here, to also come forth because he's part of this presentation. I just want to do everything in one because I only have about an hour 30 minutes. And you'll bear with me. If you need part of the presentation, you'll get them in your soft copies. And those who need hard copies because of the fourth industrial, they must write their names and they'll have to pay per copy. This will be our panel of discussion, and with that said, while Mr. Lenz is still coming forth, we'll make sure that I've given them already, I've allocated them some time because this is your plenary and it's you who must add more meat on the bone. So as they present, I've requested them to summarize their presentations. And this time, there's no one who'll go beyond 10 minutes. The maximum was 7, but no one will go beyond 10 minutes because I want you to be the one engaging so that we learn the good practices and respond to questions that might be posed by the House. With that said, I am privileged and humble for being given the opportunity to make sure that before midday we are about to finish the program of the day. So allow me to call the SALGA specialist, Mr. Chauke, forward to therefore present. And I do believe that the screen will also show the topic or the thematic area which they are presenting at. Thank you. Can we clap hands for him?
Thank you very much, Program Director. Good morning, Honorable Councillors and colleagues. And with that, I would say all protocol observed. Our focus today will be focusing on ethical leadership as a catalyst for enhancing accountability and oversight and consequence management. I think these are some of the pertinent issues and challenges that are faced by municipalities around how do we inculcate a culture of ethical leadership within the sector, foster effective oversight, accountability, as well as how does that lead to consequence management for those who have transgressed. We've seen in the recent past there's ever increasing unauthorized, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure that has increasingly grown. And last year, National Treasury introduced the URF&W reduction strategy, and part of that wants to see irregular expenditure decreasing by 75%, as well as wasteful and fruitless and wasteful expenditure by 100% by 2024. And one of the things that municipalities must have in place is a risk reduction strategy, is a URF&W reduction strategy, so that you deal with these unwanted expenditures. And we've also seen where the AG has highlighted that there's persistence, non-adherence to financial management policies and prescripts, and to a large degree that relates to the ever-increasing irregular expenditures because we are not following and not compliant with legislative prescripts and policies within municipalities. And around two components of accountability that we need to focus on, firstly, take responsibility for the actions that are there so that we can ultimately hold people accountable, and where people must face consequences, there must be twofold processes. Either we recover the money that we need to recover, people must be taken to law enforcement agencies if so the case might be, and I'll take you through some of those different issues. And I think this sets the tone quite nicely in terms of accountability. There's an African proverb that says, if you are peeling groundnuts for a blind man, you must keep whistling so he knows you are not eating it. And I think it rings very true within local government, how we must continuously ensure that whether political leadership or administrative leadership can be held accountable, so that we're continuously seeing that they are not eating these groundnuts that are essentially there to provide services to community members out there. And we also need the leadership commitment that must be in place. What we learned from the AG, she says that if municipal leaders at both administrative and political level, supported by the provincial leadership, are fully committed to turn around local government towards a capable, efficient, ethical, and development-oriented institutions envisaged by the Constitution, improvements are bound to follow. The responsibility to turn around local government is entirely in the hands of its leadership. And I think the leadership sets the tone in this regard, and we must have leaders who are there to serve the interest of communities so that we can change the trajectory of the community members out there. And unethical practices lead to negative consequences, and we see the results of these negative consequences on a daily basis around the performance of municipalities, the service delivery process that come about, where there's no effective leadership. And with the work that we're doing with the Ethics Institute, DCOG, the Moral Regeneration Movement, and SALGA around the ethical leadership, local government ethical leadership initiative, what we've seen in the survey that we did there's a correlation between municipalities where there's good audit outcomes and the type of leaders that are in those municipalities. Where there's good leaders in the municipality, you tend to have better outcomes in those municipalities, but equally so, where there are more defective leaders, that the results also show a negative trend around that. And we've started to see pictures such as this here, where people who have transgressed within the sector start being visited by these golf GTIs. And interestingly, last we were in one municipality in Free State last week. It took quite a while, a long time, for councillors to come into the session around anti-corruption, because we work with the hawks around that area of work, and they had parked their car just by the entrance. So I don't know what that said, but I think this should be the norm within the sector, where people who've transgressed, whether it's the political leadership or administrative leadership, if they need to be visited by the law enforcement agencies, so be it. Because we want to create a culture where there's consequence management for wrongdoing that's in there. And we need to put a spotlight on the rotten elements that are in the sector, but equally so, not only focusing on the rotten elements, but also putting a spotlight on pictures of excellence that are within the sector, because not everything it's negative, but there are good practices within the sector, and we can learn from each other around that. And I find this quite an interesting slide around this. And it depicts some of the ills within municipalities and local government in general. There's not effective good governance structures in place. And if you look at the tab there, where it says for the masses, The bowl there is empty. You can't even open the tap. But the one for the leaders is overflowing. In some of our municipalities, the leadership that we've got in those municipalities are not there to serve the interests of the citizens, but they are there to serve their own interests. And we need leaders who are there to serve the interests of the community members. Ultimately, they are the ones that have given you the popular mandate in terms of the elections, and you are there to advance the interests of those community members. And as local government, we are fortunate enough to be intimately involved in people's lives. When the people wake up, turn on the lights, open a tap, they hope to see running water, have electricity there. So we are involved in people's lives on a daily basis as local government, and we owe it to the citizens of our municipalities that we serve their interests and not our own interests. And in 2015, the Public Service Ethics Survey, it highlighted some of the issues that we see as challenges within public service at large, including within local government. Part of what the respondents said there's pressures from politicians. So we, as public office bearers, you are placing pressures to administration, pressures from managers, policies not being understood. So we've got employees within the sector that don't understand even the policies that are in your municipalities, employees not seeing the value of policies, time constraints, and there being too many policies. And I think it talks to a large degree around the irregular expenditures that we then see, where there's non-compliance and non-adherence to legislative and policy prescripts that are in place. And also from that, what the respondent's suggestion on dealing with unethical conduct, stronger consequence for unethical conduct. Yet we still continue to be talking about non-effective consequence management within the sector, and as a result there, SALGA and National Treasury both have produced consequence and accountability management frameworks which talk to how we must go about investigating and ultimately holding people accountable. There's more effective internal controls. So continuously AG comes with audit results, but we do not change the environment within municipalities by introducing effective internal controls mechanisms. And stronger separation between politicians and administration, improved protection of whistleblowers and investigators, and this is across the country. Even the Zondo Commission talked in the recommendations, they are talking to how can we protect whistleblowers, because it's one of the mechanisms that are critical in terms of fighting anti-corruption, fraud and maladministration within the country as a whole. And I think this is a worrying picture that we're starting to see within local government. This was just last week in one of the newspapers where it says there that a municipal manager who was investigating has now been threatened. And we see across the country politicians in terms of councillors as well as municipal officials and lately even traditional leaders are being killed, and it's a worrying trend where people want to do the work that they were supposed to be doing and their lives get threatened. And we need to draw a line in the sand around that. And we're also seeing when we're engaging with municipalities, especially around Section 79 committees or any other internal structure or functionary within municipality, and I'll just focus on the MPAC, where they get established, or in some municipalities, they are still established as a Section MPACs, that to say, are still established as a Section 79 committee, and not a Section 79A committee in response to the legislative amendments in terms of the Amendment Structures Act, which came into effect on the 1st of November last year. So we appeal to municipalities to establish MPACs as Section 79A committees to provide them terms of reference and delegations. Because if you don't give them the tools in terms of the terms of reference or delegations, they will not be able to carry out the work that they're supposed to be doing. And we also see, in terms of effective leadership, the tone must be set at the top around the ethical culture that we must build within municipalities. We must get clear and appropriate policies and plans in place, effective HR management and organizational systems and internal controls, and oversight responsibility in terms of strong and robust governance arrangements and periodic reporting. And we see in some instances, and I was shocked earlier in the week when I heard in the engagement we had with one of the municipalities in the province, and it still boggles the mind, where members of the mayoral committee are sending questions to MPEC, rather than the executive coming to account, they are preparing questions that they ideally should be the ones accounting to. And I think it's an anomaly, and we need to change those kind of pictures, because we need the executive to come and account to oversight structures. Part of why we have these growing URF and W expenditures is because the oversight committees are not playing their role. And at times they get frustrated by members of the executive who do not want to account. And in terms of political accountability, those members must come and account to those structures. And there must be also clear relations between the internal audit unit, which must be effective, the audit committee, the municipal public accounts committee, your risk management processes, including disciplinary boards, that we are calling for the establishment of disciplinary boards in terms of financial management, financial misconduct regulations. In some of the municipalities, those boards have not been established. They must be established, and they must get them to be functional and effective, because MPEC does not investigate issues around financial misconduct. It's the disciplinary boards that must investigate those. And until we get to a place where we can adequately investigate, if people are guilty in terms of labor relations policies, you subject them to disciplinary processes. Equally so, in terms of criminal proceedings, get them reported to law enforcement agencies. And the reduction strategy addresses a number of matters, which include role clarification of the different stakeholders in this process. They include national provincial treasuries, municipal councils, board of directors of municipal entities, accounting officers, and other relevant stakeholders, municipalities and municipal entities, to strengthen the role played by internal audit and audit committees. And we also call that when you do in these investigations around the URF and W, the structures are in place within municipalities to be able to do the work that they're essentially supposed to do. We see in some provinces where provincial government is appointing law firms or other accounting firms to be doing this work, and I don't think it's appropriate response to the challenge that we are seeing. Municipal public accounts committees, financial disciplinary boards must be given the role and responsibility to investigate around this area of work, and the legislative prescripts around that is quite clear in terms of who must investigate this URF and W. Provincial government must only come into the picture to strengthen and capacitate those committees for them to be effective. And the financial misconduct regulations provide points of reference in relation to the following salient issues around reporting of allegations of financial misconduct to whom, depending against whom the allegations relates. So the various role players, if it's the accounting officer, the mayor would have to report those, establishment of a disciplinary board and its functions and composition, investigations of allegations of financial misconduct in terms of the preliminary issue. If there's allegations, the board will investigate, and if there is substantiveness to those allegations, a full investigation will be made. Criminal proceedings, we're reporting where financial misconduct is alleged and followed up. So the ultimate thrust that we are talking to around this area of work, where we must investigate, where we can recover the money, we must recover that money. Where we must report people to law enforcement agencies, we must do that. In some instances, we just see municipalities saying they've investigated, they are writing off without an investigation. Part of what we must see is how did you arrive at the decision to write off this URF and W expenditure, and follow the correct process. Because in some municipalities, curiously, when we have engagements with MPECs or provincial cocters, you find in one instance we saw at the first meeting of an MPEC, a new MPEC, they said they were able to write off. How would you write off in one meeting? How did you arrive at the decision? Where was the investigations done? And this is what we want from committees such as MPEC to investigate thoroughly, council ultimately to take decision whether to write off or recover based on the investigation that the MPEC would have done. And the measurable outcomes, as I work towards the wrap up, we need to see improved municipal performance in financial terms, notably in terms of reduced unauthorized, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure as evidenced by the reduced URFW identified through the system of internal controls within municipalities, improves staff awareness, councillors and public perceptions about the municipality and municipal entities, and reduced or eliminated periods of suspension of alleged offenders on full pay with municipalities and municipal entities, because we continue to see people who are being suspended, but the process is not finalized and they are sitting at home for inordinately long periods of time being paid by municipalities around this. And we're starting to see also clearly where people are being prosecuted for contraventions of the Municipal Finance Management Act. And I think this is what we want to start seeing, where people continuously, deliberately so, contravene the Municipal Public Accounts, Municipal Finance Management Act. So there must be consequences related to that. And I don't think, if you look at that picture at the bottom left, where Minister Cele is looking, I don't think any one of us would want Minister Cele to be visiting us and looking at us in that fashion when the golf GTIs are around him. And then just the recommendations that we're saying, councils must support internal audits, audit committees and MPACs to be effective by appointing personnel as well experienced councillors. Municipalities must review terms of reference and delegations of internal structures and functionaries. Municipalities must establish disciplinary boards and ensure their functionality. In-year investigations by MPAC on the URF and W expenditure must be conducted. So we're not waiting for the AG to come and say this is the URF and W. Municipalities identify, so your in-year registers become a critical tool. Prior year URFW must be investigated in line with URF and W reduction strategy. And municipalities must develop and approve the URF reduction strategy. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you for also facilitating. I won't say you must clap hands again for him to show appreciation. With that said, I know that we started when some were not already here. We apologize for starting before you arrive, but it's great that now we have you so that we can continue. And without any waste of time, I know that you were writing when the presentation was being made. And please keep on writing those questions and inputs as I'm calling the provincial PES who's here just to tell you how much each municipality and SALGA will be given or reimbursed. Can we welcome Mr. Basi as he comes to present?
A very good morning to everybody, honorable councillors, colleagues, and all other protocol observed. Normally when I stand up, people run. Either it's because I talk too long or I'm bringing facts to the table. Today, please relax. I'm not here with figures. I'm not here with threats. But before I start, I want to immediately continue where the previous speaker have ended. And I have to get it off my chest. We're talking about a very interesting topic today: ethics, accountability, and subsequently then consequence management. The last recommendation that the speaker have said here was a recommendation for us to adopt a certain policy. And the concern that I want to raise before I give my little bit of input is to say that we are struggling on an ongoing basis to get the basics right. Meaning guiding documents, a policy. Those policies that's not in place, unfortunately, have got consequences. And I'm standing here and I should have been in my office fighting for every municipality in this province today. Because of our inability to develop some policies and to do certain compliance issues, the consequences are money, withholding of equitable shares, which is a serious threat for us as a province for the current financial year for the 7th of December when equitable shares are due to be released. Honourable councillors, from our side, Provincial Treasury side, supported with SALGA, supported with COCTA, have on numerous occasions plead to municipalities. We actually stood on our knees and begged them to provide us with certain evidence. Those evidence is in line with the criteria that was approved for the release of equitable shares, which brings us back to accountability. Our failure to demonstrate or to provide POEs have led us in this province, and I'm not joking and I'm not overreacting, to a situation that maybe 14 of our municipalities in this province will not receive equitable shares on the 7th of December. It's a matter of concern. I'm working with the team day and night, and this is why I wasn't here yesterday, my apology for that, simply because I'm working with the administration in these municipalities to enable us to motivate for the release of your equitable shares. We will share the information with SALGA in an attempt to follow those structures in an effort to get some of the documents. So I don't want to be seen that I came to SALGA and I neglect my other work in the office. I'm pleading today before I start, please help us. It is a crisis for us. It brings me then to my presentation, unfortunately, which wasn't loaded. And I will be very short. I'm not going to repeat what the previous speaker has said. I want to bring ethics more a little bit into the equation here. What is ethics? Isn't ethics something that we were all born and trained and grew up with? Certain principles that we expect to live accordingly. Some of those ethics, or the lack of some of those ethics, have then got a direct impact in our ability to perform optimal in our working space. As a reminder, what are these principles of ethics, the ethic principles that we're talking about? We saw the slides. We saw the arrest that's been taking place. We saw all the issues that's currently happening. That brings us back to the ethics, the word honesty. It brings us back to the word integrity. It brings us back to the word promise keeping or trustworthy. It brings us back to a concern for others. It brings us back to leadership. It brings us back to reputation and moral. And then the last one I want to mention is accountability. How do we bring this then into our work situation and work area? What we do today in our normal environment is according to certain policies. Those policies are informed by certain ethics, of which I've mentioned some of them. If we have to reflect upon ourselves today as councils or as individuals, to what extent are we actually living those ethics, making sure that those ethics are visible in our daily working, in our council meetings, in our administration meetings? Are we living it out? Now, unfortunately, by some of us failing to demonstrate that we can live and work, eat and sleep in terms of certain acceptable norms, we therefore then have to start managing people. Managing meaning we need to now start do performance management. What is performance management other than our process of assessing whether we're working in relation to the ethics that we all know is good for us? If we then found that we don't work according to those ethics, and our performance demonstrated, it's then when another word jumps out which we're all afraid of. A word that becomes a buzzword lately, and we saw it in the pictures: consequence management. What is consequence management other than our ability to review, reflect backwards, see where somebody or us, the institution, went wrong, with the aim to correct it? During that assessment, we might find out that an individual is accountable or responsible. We then assess intervention mechanisms. Can we support that official? Can we support that program? Can we support this municipality with certain corrective steps? Unfortunately, and this is now where the impacts and the disciplinary board and those, they will demonstrate to us then to say, the intervention to support and to improve is not satisfactory. We must take more serious decisions here. And this is then where we say it comes back to an individual who couldn't live in terms of the ethics or the norms that our society have accepted as good principles or good ethics. And this brings us then to the bad part of consequence management: get rid of the element that is poisoning our institutions. To do that, without repeating the previous speaker, we spoke about the enablers. We talk about the impacts. I'm not going to repeat the roles and responsibilities. I think all the councillors have undergone training with SALGA, with us, with COCTA, in equipping them pertaining to what is the expectations, what should they do. That is also with the disciplinary boards. My plea today is, during the execution of all those functions, as every individual that's part of a committee, can we go back to our ethics? Those ethics, that's our fathers, our grandfathers, whoever that actually helped in bringing us up, trained us on, and make us to believe that those good values are for the benefit for us individuals, is for the benefit of us in our work environment, is for the benefit for the country we're living in. I'm therefore pleading to the councillors.
District, or it will be taken by the district municipality to can manage. If we speak about district, there's one district which I've got keen interest, which I think SALGA will have to speak about. Because yesterday there was a tone set, and one district is just doing strategic support. And why all animals are equal and the others are more equal than the other. And why then the district development model, if some are not budgeted or they don't have budget? It's ours as SALGA who must speak about those things. Or else we must close shops and bring other councillors to lead this SALGA. And now we are proposing a fourth district, while one district that's getting clean audit is not having a budget to execute a mandate of bulk infrastructure to the local municipalities and coordinating or assisting. Nevertheless, we must learn, and we'll keep on learning from each other. But we'll never be afraid or silenced as local government if we see things or if we see we are being treated differently. Because we must be treated equally so that when we are in one roof like this, we dare share the good practices on how we can do things. And I'm confident, Mr. Pasi, that no money that is unspent from one municipality will go to a municipality outside that district. And Bra Joel Lenz, or Bra Lenz Joel, yours is just to keep on sitting there. I'll tell you when to come. Let's learn also on how the Section 139 assist municipalities or the best practices or the perspective of 139. Allow me to call one of the honorable councillor come and talk to the delegates or the assembly. Executive Mayor Tabet. Simshayele nizandla.
Program Director, thank you very much. To the leadership of SALGA, good morning. The executive mayors that are here, speakers, whips, and other councillors that are here, good morning. The municipal managers and all the other officials that are here, good morning. As an orphan municipality, I thought that I will be given an hour to give my presentation, but then I was told that I only have 10 minutes. And while still having to deal with that, earlier this morning I realized that the curse of the municipality was following me because I did not have water in my room. I had to go and ask water in another room. I realized that the curse of that municipality is with me wherever I go. Without any waste of time, Program Director, mine is to give an observation in as far as the impact of Section 39 intervention is concerned. I've decided to use the case study of a municipality where I come from. It's a story known by everybody. It's a story that has been told many times. And let me start by giving you a background of the Section 39 intervention experience in our municipality. Can we move to slide 4? We are all aware that in 2018, Astral Food approached the High Court in order to compel the national government to intervene in the affairs of Lekwa municipality. This, ladies and gentlemen, was after the municipality has seen council meetings not sitting or ending with fights and no resolutions taken. Political infighting and factionalism in a municipality resulted in the municipality failing to take important decisions like approving the budget and thus resulting in poor service delivery. This saw Astral Food, which is the biggest poultry producer in South Africa, losing at least 39 million over a period of 5 months and ended up spending almost 50 million to invest in a reverse osmosis water treatment facility for its water supply for its factories in Lekwa. The Pretoria Division of the High Court in South Africa then ordered on the 12th of April 2021 that the national government must intervene in Lekwa in terms of Section 139(7) of the Constitution. The Minister of Finance, ladies and gentlemen, had to prepare a financial recovery plan in accordance with Section 141 and 142 of the MFMA to be approved in terms of Section 141, subsection 4, subsection C of the MFMA within 6 months from the date of the court order. The Cabinet also approved the national intervention on the 12th of May 2021 in terms of Section 139(7) of the Constitution by dissolving the municipal council at the end of May 2021, imposing a financial recovery plan and delegated the Minister of Finance to ensure that he appoints an administrator for the municipality until a newly elected council is elected. The administrator was then installed from 1 June 2021. The administrator was appointed until a new council was elected, whereafter the incumbent, the administrator that was appointed, was to become the National Cabinet representative immediately after the elections. This was so that to ensure that he oversee the intervention on behalf of the National Executive and also ensure that there's effective implementation of the financial recovery plan by the municipality. Next slide. Now, this is just a brief background of what happened in Lekwa that resulted in our municipality being dissolved. I'm not going to bog you with legal issues and teach you about the different concepts of government, but I felt that for me to be able to reflect better on the impact of Section 139 in our municipality, it is important that I touch the few issues relating to the concept of government. The South African Constitution Act of 1996 introduced new two concepts of governance. One was the sphere of governance and the other one was the cooperative governance. Now, the sphere of governance connotes three distinctive but interdependent spheres of government. It's national, provincial, and local. It replaced the former concept of tiers of government that presupposed a hierarchical relationship within government. The second one, which is the cooperative government, binds the three spheres of government to put the national interest first and places an obligation on them to cooperate with each other, to support each other, and to avoid destructive competition over resources. We can then move to 7. The cooperative government is a fundamental philosophy of state and government for South Africa. This is premiered on the idea of concentrating of political power into more than one sphere of government, where each sphere, rather than being autonomous from other spheres, is given a particular role to play within a single unified scheme of government. Next slide. Can we move to slide 11? The other important thing that was done by the Constitution was to entrench a new constitutional dispensation in South Africa and introduced a system of governance that dispenses legislative and executive authority between the spheres of government. The Constitution requires from province to monitor, support, and if necessary, intervene in a municipality. These obligations, ladies and gentlemen, need further investigation, and in the paragraphs that follow, the phenomenon will be looked at. Can we move to slide 11? Thank you. Oh, that was 11. Can we move to 12? The Constitution provides in Section 154, subsection 1, that 1, the national government and provincial government, by legislative and other measures, must support and strengthen the capacity of municipalities to manage their own affairs, to exercise their powers, and to perform their duties. In addition to this overlapping duty between national and provincial government, each province must, in terms of Section 155, subsection 6, by legislative and other measures, provide for the monitoring and support of local government in the province. And secondly, promote the development of local government capacity to enable municipalities to perform their functions and manage their own affairs. In defining monitoring and support are part of the continuous process of supervision by a province. The power of supervision that allows for one sphere to intervene in another appears to contradict a fundamental principle of cooperative government, namely, that is the duty not to encroach on the geographical, functional, or institutional integrity of government of another sphere. That is Section 41, subsection 1 and subsection G of the Constitution. Can we go to the next slide? Can we go to 16? Now, the support that a province may provide to a municipality can be wide-ranging. It may include, but not limited to, the following: that is, to provide training, provide a service, provide advice, for example, by preparing model bylaws for municipalities and providing resources, including financial support. During the certification of the Constitution of South Africa, I think it's important to note that the power of a provincial government to support local government was seen as substantial and could be used to strengthen local government structures to prevent their decline or degeneration. Next slide. Now, in summary, the process of supervision These are examples of stages of supervision that the province may do. First is to review or monitor by provinces to municipalities. Secondly, the intervention by issuing directives to remedy the non-fulfillment of an executive obligation. Thirdly, if a directive has not been complied with, the assumption of the responsibility of an executive obligation, if it is necessary to maintain national standards or to prevent the municipality from taking an unreasonable action that is prejudicial to the interest of another municipality or the province as a whole. Fourthly, in the case of a province intervening in a municipality, the national minister responsible for local government must review the intervention. Fifth, the NCOP must review an assumption of responsibility within 30 days of the first sitting of the NCOP after the intervention began. Sixth, after an initial approach, the NCOP must on regular basis review the intervention it has approved. Next slide. Now let us move to the impact of Section 139 in the municipality. I am neither an expert nor an analyst of local government, but these are observations that one could draw from what happened in our municipality. The court imposed Section 139 intervention in Likwa had many challenges, which made the intervention not to realize its full objectives as government structures were not ready for it. There was no proper planning in place before it was introduced in the municipality. Secondly, as this was the first of its kind, because it was for the first time that a municipality was dissolved by a court, none of the government structures had a plan of turning things around within the specified time period of the intervention in the municipality. With different views and interpretation of laws, it meant much time was spent debating the legalities instead of actions. Resultantly, the time frames to implement different spheres of the intervention were either rushed or not adhered to. The intervention came with insufficient financial and human capacity resources to assist the municipality. For an example, the same administration was still utilized to implement the intervention when it was initially premised that the very administration was part of the collapse of the municipality. The power struggle and differences of how the intervention was to be implemented amongst officials from national government different work streams presented more problems than solutions. The other impact is that the power that was conferred to the administrator of being both the council and the administrator meant that he was a referee and a player, as the monitoring of his day-to-day decisions was very minimal, if at all. Hence, the new council still has to deal with issues that were supposed to be dealt with by the administrator. The other impact or the other problem with Section 139 intervention is that there's no prescribed standardized administrative practice around the implementation of the intervention that covers the entire section of 139, because the only legal framework that you will find on the intervention is on the MFMA, which deals with how the FRP is to be drawn up in the instance of Section 139(5) intervention. This is a regulatory gap. A particular set of administrative guidelines need to be developed so that when an intervention is implemented, it is able to deal with all issues as contained in Section 139. The other impact is that municipalities are institutions that do not only have political leaders, but they also have administrators, operational systems, and an organizational culture. The three are not bound by the 5-year term. And if the three, which is the administrators, the operational systems, and the organizational culture, are dysfunctional, elections cannot fix them. They require long-term solutions. Therefore, dissolving only political leaders may not yield the desired results. With the above, With the above said, newly elected councils after intervention will still be confronted with the same issues that existed before the intervention. Examples are the collapsed infrastructure will still be there, unfunded budget will still be there, low revenue will still be there, highly politicized personnel will still be there, and other challenges facing municipalities. Time given to administrators was also another issue that we've observed, that the time that was given to the administrator to fix the problems during the intervention and turn around the municipalities and it was inadequate, and some intervention like the one in Likwa came too late when too much damage has already occurred and the municipality has collapsed for an extended period. The other one is that same councillors that contributed in the collapse and subsequent dissolution of the municipality may come back after the elections and continue where they left off, creating instability and infighting, resulting in the municipality finding itself in the same situation it was before the dissolution. In conclusion, I therefore believe that there is a need for proper planning wherein all stakeholders are engaged prior to the implementation of any intervention. Sufficient financial and human capacity must be allocated for the success of any intervention. Roles of stakeholders must be clearly defined. And lastly, intervention is not a silver bullet, but good leadership with accountability, consequence management, and an honest intergovernmental relations are the solution. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now we all know it's not only Likwa, where there's always threats, or if you are being threatened of section 139, I'm told it has got also subsection, there's A and B, a member of the NEC or SALGA. That NCOP also play a role. And as a council, you must exercise everything or exhaust everything. But with that said, you'll have an opportunity to can engage, make inputs, seek clarity on the thematic area as they've presented. Allow me to call AG South Africa to come forward and also do the presentation. They said I must apologize for them because they were busy outside trying to make sure that before they come here, even if a question arises, how many local municipalities, excluding the district that has got a clean audit, they can be able to respond because they want at least 50% of the LMs. So I'm told by the provincial treasurer that no district will not get a clean audit. With that said, I've rendered your apology and they've said that they'll only accept if you've got the preliminary report, which they'll ask you. You may come forward. Thank you.
Good morning. Let me take this opportunity to say all protocol observed. I suppose we have started quite early on in the day, and so it would not be helpful to be belaboring the protocol rituals as is necessary. We just want to take this opportunity to share a few, we have been asked to share a few insights around the expanded powers of the Auditor General, primarily the material irregularities. But before, if we can go to the next slide, before we get there, we would just want to speak briefly about our mission and our vision. In terms of, In terms of our mission, we've always been about enabling oversight, enabling accountability and transparency in the public sector. But as we have continued on our journey to do our work, we are continually looking for better ways and more efficient and effective ways of delivering on our mandate. And that's why in this year we launched out a strategy that is called Culture Shift 2030. The Culture Shift 2030 strategy is based on us understanding that we are not the only office that has a better view and a better picture of how public sector can be. And as a result, we have come and introduced this strategy. One of the key things we have said as part of this strategy that we will continue doing is that we will continue sharing our audit insights to those in administration, to those who are in oversight, to those who are in executive authorities, so that through the way they do their work, they are always armed with the most appropriate information that will help them to deliver even better in their own mandates. And so, secondly, we've also realized that as an office, we are going to continue to use our platforms of engaging, like this platform, that we will come in as a partner, a strategic partner, and share our insights with the intention of influencing the corrective action that we require in the public sector. The third element that we have also had to agree to is that we will thirdly be able to do enforcement of the powers that we have been given, so that after we have shared insights, after we have influenced in the right direction, if we are not getting the impetus that we want to see, we will then use the powers of enforcement. Now, you will notice that enforcement comes as a third option. And so I'm trying to prepare your appetites, because everywhere we go to present on the PAA and the material irregularities, we are continually bombarded by this question: AG, we gave you teeth, you are not biting, you are taking too slow. But as you would have understood, it is not our prerogative or our first position to start by biting. We share insights, we influence, and then when influence and insights are not working, then we are pushed into the corner of looking into the issues of enforcement. And that is not our prized position or our preferred position, because also as part of this new strategy, Culture Shift 2030, one of the things we've had to accept is that no matter how dedicated we are as an office, we cannot be able to introduce the changes that are required in the environment, and therefore we need to partner with everybody that is within the public sector space, so that we can all collectively work towards getting the goals that we want to see for our public sector. Next slide. Thank you so much. Now there is this powerful quote. It says, there is something more powerful, more stronger than all the armies of the world combined. And that is an idea whose time has come. As part of our new strategy, we believe we are introducing a concept into the public sector that is called the accountability ecosystem. And the accountability ecosystem suggests that in order for us to make the changes that are necessary in the environment, we need to first and foremost acknowledge the different roles that each of us need to play, and we need to also allow each other to play their different roles well, because our ultimate success in the public sector is going to be on the basis or as a sum total of all the efforts of everybody coming together, carrying their own weight, so that in the end we can make sure that the changes that we want to see are what we realize because of our collaborative efforts. And so, if we go to the next slide, we are quite excited about this concept of accountability ecosystem, because we're realizing that there are different partners that are in this ecosystem that need to play different roles. They are empowered by different enabling legislation. And we recognize that if everybody played their part and we all together collaborated, we would be able to achieve what we want. What do we want? We have said since 1994, one concept that has remained when we talk to the output of our democracy has always been quality services and quality life for our citizens. And that's what we are driving with everybody. But we want to sensitize every gathering we go to that across the spectrum, there are people that are officials that need to deliver services to the people. And that if those people, their focus was to ensure that they live, after every resident or citizen that they serve, they leave people with a beautiful experience in terms of services that are delivered. And if that ethos ran through the institution, that everybody who must perform a function within our municipal sphere, they would be driven by a passion to see improved lived realities for our citizens, then the entire system will be able to work together and actually deliver a different experience for our citizens. And then one of the things we've had to acknowledge as an audit office is that we cannot do it on our own. It does not matter how much money we had. It does not matter how much skills we would possess. Even if we have all the best skills in the world, we would still not be able to deliver on this dream, because this dream is not an AGSA dream. This dream is a South African dream, and it commands and it demands that everybody who has a role, a clearly defined role to play, and has an enabling legislation, need to commit to that similar dream. And so we've come here to share that the insights that we are going to share, many a times when we share the insights that we have, it's always taken as if we are here to make people look bad. So I want to upfront prepare all of you and say the information we will share is only meant to assist us to know where the gaps exist, so that we can be able to come up with strategies and corrective measures, all right? Life is too short for anybody to want to get their own opportunity to get it wrong. So it's important that from what others have done wrong, we don't use it to placate them, we don't use it to make them look ugly, but rather we use the opportunity to say, what can we learn from that experience, and what it is that we can, as other people in the partners in this process, that we can contribute, so that in the end, we all learn together and we are able to have a better service to our citizens. Next slide. Oh, sorry. Great. Now, in this slide, so there are three things that I want to talk about quickly without concentrating on what is sitting in the slide. Now, when we get a disclaimer as a municipality, I want to get a sense, is there any parent in this room, I assume most of us are parents, that would continue giving money to your child if your child, every time they get to the shop, they get you the bread, but the slip is not there. Sometimes it's half a loaf, it's not complete, but there is no evidence, there's no change, there is no slip. Is there any parent here that would continue giving money to their children? But why is it when it comes to public funds, we want to still be given money, even though we will spend 90% of it, we don't have an idea where it went, all we know is what we have as a balance in the bank? Do you think it's a fair arrangement? And it is in an institution where
there are people who have been appointed, they get paid. Whenever that payday comes, there's an SMS that comes around about 12 midnight that says, thank you for being faithful. Thank you for being an ethical employee. But yet, this is the picture we are left with. Do we think it's fair to South Africa? I know it may seem as if I'm trivializing these things, but in order for us to deal with some of the principles that are critical behind having an ethical leadership, we need to approach things from different perspectives. And that's why I would want us to get into a stage where we are going to, as a leadership in Mpumalanga, lay a law and say, whatever we do, disclaimers are something that is unallowable. And there was dead silence. We need to get to that place. Otherwise, if we do not get to that place, the generation that comes after us will question our authenticity, will question our seriousness about doing the right things, about leaving a legacy for them. The next thing I want to talk about, I'm going to just leave you with lots of questions that I'm hoping you will answer for yourselves, because this information we are sharing is information we have shared before. The other critical point that we have is the matter of use of consultants, right? Now imagine this, you have a household. In your household, you have 7 children, right? But every time you need to prepare for a birthday party, you need to get 3 aunties from next door to prepare the cooking. Yet, you have 7 people in the yard that are well capable of cooking and presenting a birthday party of choice. Do you think that is acceptable? Do you think that is acceptable? But here's the reality. We will not belittle the fact that there are circumstances where the use of consultants is motivated because the skills that are there are not good enough. But then I ask a silly question, and please, it's not Tsakane's question, it's my question. So I don't want my boss to be blamed. I ask a silly question, and I say, okay, so when job requirements in the advert, that one of the things you must do, you must produce a set of credible financial statements. And I'm thinking, if I was counsel and I was employing an MM and a CFO, being ethical to me would mean that before I call them to come and present themselves in an interview, I need to double check that the things that I need them to do they have paper evidence that they are capable of it? Is that a fair expectation? But why then, in the South African context, do we sit with municipalities that will use consultants continually, and then there are people in the finance division? Every Monday, going to work in a corner, they are counted, they are present, but the work is not moving. Bobuti baphetha amasuta ashayinayo, some pencils, the-pencils zithenga kumnandi kuhle, but kuhle nje progress ayibonakala. So this is the questions that we are going to ask, and hopefully as we continue talking, we are going to get to a point. Now let's talk to the issue of financial health. Now in every home, whether you are rich or poor, mothers are the ones that always are watching after the budget. They know that in the next 4 weeks, my children must go to school. In order for them to go to school, I must have a bus ticket that secures they are going to school, right? I know that as they also go to school, I must have enough money for Magwinya, for their lunch breaks, okay? Now, here's the thing we are seeing here. But we are seeing there is a scenario in our municipalities where we don't have our eyes on the money. Yes, I accept and understand that to a great extent it may be because are people that owe us that refuse to pay us. I understand that reality. But what we want to say is that we need to get into a place where we must understand that in order for our municipalities to be positioned to offer and deliver the services that the people want, they need to be financially strong. Yeah. They need to, okay, I'm being harassed here, okay. They need to be financially strong. Let me go to the MIs then so that I'm not told that I didn't do what I was supposed to talk about. All right? So this is our situation. In the 2 years that we have done, we have executed our amended powers within the province. We have found 19 MIs. And out of those MIs, the bigger number, which is 10, comes from auditees not paying their creditors on time. It means that you get an invoice from ESCOM, but you choose to keep it so that you can pay it at a later stage. Of course, the reasons for that, they differ, but the reality of it is that when we do that, it's not a clever idea to hang on to an invoice that you know you already owe. Because what happens is that then whoever is the service provider, by right, legally so, then they are then able to charge interest. And that interest that is charged, if you had paid on time, is money that you should not have lost. And so we just want to encourage us that the things that manifest into MIs are practices that we have allowed to continue to a point that they have become part of the culture of how we do things. But now the unfortunate part is that if that MI ends up in a certificate of debt, poor accounting officer is going to be the one who must stomach the consequences of that act. But in the end, the entire municipality, anyone in the municipality who's got the right to spend money, from the managers up to the MM, should be accountable for that activity, for making sure that the MIs are eradicated. But lastly, our councils also have an oversight role. We have the Section 71 and Section 72 reports that must be tabled, and we must demand for them if they are not tabled. And we need to know, in terms of where we are, in terms of our performance, how far are we doing? Are we not paying somebody we ought to be paying? If that is the case, how much interest have we generated so far? Because sometimes, if you were able to arrest that habit at month 3 of the financial year, the total amount that becomes a loss may be lesser than what it becomes at the end of our reporting. So these are the few things. Like I said, we just want to throw questions into your presence, and then based on those, we will see how we respond, and we make up our responses to that. I am now allowing the powers that are in front of me to take precedence over my energy and appetite.
You may sit. No, thanks very much. When you are given a rent to buy a loaf, and you come with half a bread without change or a receipt, is that correct? Save the answer. And when myself as a principal, because I think the answer will be, it will be a finding, or it's wrong, and tomorrow you will be given money as a child to go buy bread. And there's an invigilator in a class or a principal, I take you, AG, to write a 3-hour paper, which is finance. As provincial treasurer, was writing accounting and I give you both 3 hours to write. And if AG exceeded the time with an hour, that paper might be authentic. So that's why you saw me coming closer to you to say that there's now a finding against you, because in the interest of time, I want them to come in. Before, from the 4 presenters, I said Joel Lens or Lens Joels must keep remaining there. Before I can take hands for clarity-seeking questions which must be directed to a presenter for that thematic area he was presenting, or the leasee of a Mazda JDN 265 Mpumalanga, that there's an emergency there. Can the driver just go there? Thank you. Dlakadla, I want to take hands. I know that they only gave me mails to do the thematic area, which I think in future I'll also be happy, because nginkosi eMaswati to have the beautiful revolutionary flowers to also do this kind of presentation. Because you can see that HE was now making examples of Amakwaikwai. Should we have maybe a female also as part of the presenters? But going forward, I know that you'll fix that. I'll therefore take hands, and it will be the first set. The first set will be the last set. For clarity-seeking question to a presenter, which is SALGA, the first guy on my far left, Provincial Treasurer, the second one in a white shirt. You jump the one in the middle, and Likwa 139 perspective, and then it will be AG South Africa. So you must direct your clarity-seeking questions or inputs to them, and even suggestions are welcomed. And let's be cosmetic with time. I'll take hands, and if there are no hands, they'll summarize. I'll first take one there at the back, Mr. Mahlangu. Second one, Honorable Speaker of Nkangala District. The third one, Council Week of Nkangala District. The last one will be the Honorable Executive Mayor Nkangala District. Let me just say, Troika plus one of your Tembisile. And then I've closed. Don't say I've suppressed you because I said I just take one set. We just go straight to the points and so forth. You can start at the back. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Good morning to you and all protocol observed. My name is Dumisani Mahlangu. I'm the Municipal Manager from Tembisile. Program Director, mine is directed towards the first presentation of the morning. Thank you, Mr. Chauke. And I want to start with a preamble as outlined in the Assembly's program of action, or the working document which we have for the 2 days. Part of the objectives which were outlined, Program Director, are that we must look into governance challenges within local government. Now, I want to touch base on another one which says assisting municipalities to achieve full service delivery potential. Now, in the past year or so, the accounting officer wrote an article piece titled The Concept of Ubuntu and Transparency Rationale. Now, that covered 4 critical elements of an ethical administration, and that would be the issue of fairness, accountability, transparency, and responsibility. Now, I think context is important, because then I come to the key issue. In the presentation, we saw some unfortunate submissions which were made, which are generally what we live to experience as accounting officers. They showed us that particular paper. I think it's a front page story of the Sowetan, a municipal manager in Bela Bela local municipality who has been threatened for holding people accountable and trying to institute or instituting an investigation into malfeasance within the municipality. Now, in my view, the presentation came short of giving recommendations of this assembly as to what it is that we are going to do in the safeguarding or safekeeping of municipal officials. And I think accounting officers are in the firing line. We know what is happening around the country. We know what happened in Kangala. It was touched by the chairperson, Guma opening remarks wake. We know what has happened in Dr. J.S. Moroka, where an evaluation committee chair was brutally murdered by thugs. We are aware that our country is fast becoming a mafia state. So my question or concern would be that the presentation gave us part of the challenges which we are facing as accounting officers. But on recommendations, it was quite shallow on what it is that this particular assembly is going to come out with. Thank you very much, Program Director.
Yeah, of which the question I don't want, because we are solution orientated. We must make proposals of what we think can assist. The officials of the SALGA PEC are here to can look at those. It's not only about to ask questions. Make the proposals, don't be afraid, because it's one of the sensitive matters, I understand. But proposals must be made, because it's not only councillors that must, their welfare be taken off, but also the communities and officials. So it's good that you are not afraid to just make proposal. I've spoken to your executive mayor. He's like, no, he has got answers, but it's okay. Mr. Chauke, we have noted that. As we take the other hands, we'll all then respond after here. Then chairperson will then guide if there's anything. Honorable Ndinisa.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I raised my hand because it looks like there was no one who was raising a hand. Because that's why I raised my hand, you know. And the reason why I raised my hand, because there was no one raising a hand. I wanted to second Lance before he speaks.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the reason.
Thank you.
I raised the hand. Well, all of them, they spoke on different topics, but at the core, it's about us providing leadership to the people we serve, and providing the leadership to the people we serve in a manner that displays integrity, the manner that displays ethical leadership, in the manner that displays humility, honesty, and much more importantly, value for money. Well, we will have Mr. Chauke to put systems in place. We don't know who should put systems in place, because those of us who have got a responsibility to deal with both the legislative and executive function of the institutions are people from the streets, who are the people's choices. We have been elected through the show of hands because we can either insult or sing louder than everybody in a meeting. Therefore, it becomes an institutional burden that when we are in the institution now being given this responsibility of authority to discharge our responsibility. Well, the pastor, as he was going to sit down, says, but when a CFO, when you were appointed here, was it not part of your requirements that you must have 1, 2, 3. I mean, pastor from the AG's office, when I was elected, there were no requirements. There were no requirements. So it is an issue, must appreciate and intervene into it. And SALGA has moved with the necessary speed towards that, taking us to classes and what have you, including the confusion that is caused by Cocta National about upper limits. No, now we can't fund you when you want to go to university, technicons, or what have you. Because we will have to empower the offices that are responsible for the things that we are talking about. We always, those of us who have a privilege to continue preside over council sittings, reminds councils that you see ourselves as this sphere of government. We are different from the national and the provincial, because we are not a debating chamber, we are a resolving chamber. When council sits, it is in the best interest of the speaker to ensure that council finishes its business, Executive Mayor Ligwa. Because we are a resolving chamber. Without a council resolution, the municipal manager, the executive mayor, will not have a mandate to do certain things. We're not a debating chamber. There must be a council resolution that says executive mayor this, municipal manager this. Without that, you can't do anything. The AG will tell you where's the council resolution. There isn't. Because we are being excited by things that we see on TV. Motions of this and that, motions of this and that. No, motions will not deliver services to our people. It is council resolution. So, basically what we're trying to say is that at all material times, as councillors, we must be preoccupied by the fact that it needs me as an individual to play my role as a councillor. My role as a councillor is to make sure that I attend my section 79, my section 80, and the council itself, including the other outside meetings like your caucus and community meetings, and make sure that you respect certain things that looks minor. Ethical leadership shall be seen by the people he or she serves, that when he says on a Thursday there's an IDP meeting at 2 o'clock, 1:45, that word councillor is there. Our people shouldn't and mustn't wait for me. Well, nami mfundisi nginokuvuka umoya. It's important that we come to a conclusion. The conclusion that we want to come into is that we are comfortable where we are. That those who have been councillors and finished their term, towards the finish of the term, they appreciate the difficulty of being a councillor. And those who got the privilege of being a councillor for the second, third, and the fourth time now, they understand what is it to be a councillor. And unfortunately, the system in which we are, it makes sure that a majority of us who are here in the next 5 years will be few. That's the system. So it becomes your matter, SALGA, to make sure that you continue to imbue those of us who are new in the system to know and understand what is expected out of us so that we are able to serve our people with humility, dignity, and commitment. So that AG, when you do your work, and as you are doing your work, the criticism that it comes to us, I'm not sure if it comes to you, is that you sometimes dispatch too much of your intents, which is a matter that you will have to balance. We're not saying they must not come, because it is us who are advocating that there must be experiential learning. But it shouldn't and it mustn't them only. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and greetings to the leadership. And let me also join Honorable Speaker Ndinisa and welcome the presentations that have been made. And we must appreciate the decision that we must have a presentation from Lekwa. And also appreciate that you delivered the presentation in the manner that you have delivered it. But it makes a person very somber, that presentation. Well, we've been seeing and reading about these things in the media and all of those things. And today at least we have an opportunity to get it from the horse's mouth. In terms of how you have presented it. Well, what for me is disheartening is disappointing. In fact, that is disappointing, if I may say, is that I hear you using terms that I never thought they shall be used in a municipality, or at least in government. That in fighting, political infighting and factionalism inside a government institution. I think for this members' assembly, that must be a serious area of concern. The last time I read a publication about the previous problems that we had with these 2 terms was that even in the police force in South Africa, there exist such terms. Even in the army, there are factions because of the way the political landscape outside this government arms was polarized. But I am of the view that I think we need to pay special attention to this matter. That a municipality can come and say, this is what we are experiencing, and what are we saying? Do we dip our head in the sand? Do we confront this issue head on? And here, you've got the total administration of a municipality, both political and administrative. You've got the Troika, you've got the MMs. And my question is Lekwa the last to come and give a presentation of this nature? And if we don't respond, you might not be the last municipality. And as far as I'm concerned, the problem starts with the troika. It starts with the troika. Councillors on their own, they are not able to pull in different directions on their own when the troika is united. And I'm of the view that in any municipality, if the troika works together, is cohesive, understand their roles and responsibilities, 60% of the problems of that municipality is addressed. Because 40% is to focus on service delivery and execute the mandate that is given to the municipality in terms of the manifesto. The three offices, if they don't work together, they paralyze administration. They paralyze the MM to be able to be functional, to focus, and to do the work. In fact, immediately the tracker has a problem. You will see administration being divided into two. You will hear that in administration there are those that support the speaker, or there are those that support the mayor, or there are those that support the chief whip. And for us, I think it's a matter that we need to confront head on to say, what is our consciousness? What is our understanding when we get into these important offices? And for only 5 years, because there's no guarantee of an extension after that 5 years. Why is it that immediately when you get into office, within 6 months, you no longer agree, you no longer see eye to eye? Is it about service delivery? Is it about the Systems Act? Is it about the Structures Act? Is it about implementation? And those are the questions that we need to respond to. But then the focus gets sidetracked because, and you see, yesterday there was a presentation that talks about professionalization of municipalities. Maybe we take people who are not professional, who are not professional to the extent that babe namahloni okwenza ezinye izinto. Because if you are professional, you are taught also to be ethical. If you are professional, you certain things you will not do. Because immediately you know, if I do X, Y, Z, this is going to be the ripple effect of this action. You will know that this action I'm doing today, tomorrow is going to cause other things down the line. So, Mina, I'm saying our trackers must start to work together and put aside our pride and know that all of us were being deployed for a specific task, and that task is only for 5 years. You are lucky if at a particular point you are called again to say, we think you have done well, or we think you've got a capacity to continue. And what are we saying about the people that have actually put us in those offices, voted for us? And we don't even have to go and narrate the story of what is happening with the elections and the outcome of the elections. We all know what is happening. But still, under those circumstances, you still have people who think that they can define themselves outside the collective and behave outside the collective in a municipality. It's a calamity for us. It's a calamity for us. And I think if we are here and we've got such people here, who think they can emulate what has happened, obviously the government, the upper structures, they will not hesitate. It's even worse in your case. In your case, it went beyond the province, it went beyond the minister. It is the court that said, here, we are with the community, we are leaving all these ones, we are going with the community. We are dissolving you. So, from where I am, you see, the minister has enacted a law or an act now that says if you are an official in a municipality, you must go and forgo certain responsibilities outside. There's a reason why that is happening. And some of us are questioning that and are unhappy. We're saying it is weakening us, it is doing X, it is doing that. But go into municipalities and look at what is happening in municipalities because of the people. That when they've got issues outside the municipality, they parade them into the municipality. When they've got issues in the municipality, they take them outside. So the minister says, hang on, now you shall choose whether you want to be there or you want to go into a municipality and work. And some of us are tempted to support the minister. No, you're correct. Let them go inside there and do what they've been hired inside there and not do other things. On the issue of treasury, we are worried and concerned on the issue of the 14 municipalities. I think what we must ask is that, is there no proactive action? Are there no signs that are able to tell you before you reach a stage where you're saying the equitable share shall not come or you shall not get it? Are we always waiting for the 11th hour, or am I able to take? Because our time of our financial year has got 4 quarters. Am I not able to tell that this municipality is not going to be able to complete its spending? And therefore, it's going to have the challenge of getting the equitable share. The danger signs that tells us that this municipality is defaulting in terms of its. Are we not able to get those signs when it is still early? And as far as I'm concerned, actually we need to know. You probably you should have told us which are those municipalities, the 14 municipalities you're referring to, that has got these challenges, so that we understand. Mas Phumala, ungathola ngikhuluma so kanti nami I'm one of the people onenkinga. Yabona? So that we understand our status and we live here with clear conscience that there's a problem with us. So maybe at some point it's important so that we don't hide these things. We think we are here to constructively assist one another. And if that means we must share, let us share. In terms of the AG, Pastor, it's not me, this is the speaker who said so. I heard him say so. But it's because you gave a very interesting presentation. This issue of going into a municipality when you do your audit and say to a municipality in 2009 or 2001, there was a problem of land in your municipality. I know that problem is there in Dr. J.S. Moroka. And then in 2014 or in 2016, I'm giving you an adverse finding because of a problem where I was not there, the was not there, the tracker was not there, we don't know what happened, but I'm giving you an adverse. Can that be attended to? Can that really, can that be dealt with? Because we think ours is not to find mistakes. It must be a constructive engagement that builds a municipality to perform well and give confidence to some of the municipalities that are struggling. But there's that thing that is happening to say 9 years down the back, there was a land issue. You didn't either record it or there was a land problem. Then I'm finding against me. The second one, Makazeni, it is told that in 2009, it had a problem of making entries. I don't know whether they were financial entries or what. So Makazeni is getting adverse findings because of the entries that were made in 2009. Can we get an explanation? What is Pumanjan Lab? Because in 2009, I can tell you, the people who are in Emakazeni municipality now, they were not there. And it can't be a continuous thing to say we'll give you an adverse because of issues. In fact, they are saying, the AG's recommendations, you must correct all the issues from 2009 up until now. So, the speaker touched on the one of the junior interns. The problem with the junior staff when you do the audit, the problem is that in the 11th hour you bring a senior person, and that senior person says, no, I want this, show me this, give me that, give me. Then you see all of a sudden people have to work throughout the night, people don't sleep, the AG is here, the AG, but we have given them the 10 points, what have you, that they must work on that thing so that they get a credible audit outcome, or correct those things so that the audit outcome is credible. But in the last hour, you come, you say, no, give me that, show me that, give me that, show me that. People don't sleep. I don't think it's a fair way of managing government. Thank you very much.
As you conclude. Oh,
Thank you.
Thank you. Kangala District again, Executive Mayor.
No, thank you very much. I will not be long now that the Troika has expressed probably what we believe it's something for discussion. And thank you for the presentation. I want to acknowledge and accept them as they are presented. And indeed, Treasurer, I also had a keen interest on the 14 municipalities, lapping with what the AG is saying. Umfundisi uthi, do you continue give money to a child who does not bring a sleep, or who takes money and brings something else? The example is quite appropriate in any sense that you really want to deal with an institution, and remember that the institution becomes an institution of the people. And all of us elected and those that are appointed there will represent the people. And I think the AG must be in the position to drastically deal with the MIs, as we have indicated. Because yes, you are seeing in your presentation that we have given 19 municipalities MIs. I don't know whether does it make impact to the municipalities. You know, these issues, I was talking to the chair here to say, Untate Chauke, of course, speak about good governance. And as he speaks about good governance, there was a matter that was raised within the issues of legislation on the first presentation that we had yesterday, where our NEC member indicated that there are few legislation that need to be looked at or probably be deregistered on the basis that they are not assisting local government. When an AG makes a finding together with Treasury, discover that on a third quarter this municipality is not performing, where is this synergy of talking to one another? And that includes the SALGA, because in SALGA there is specialists that are also appointed in ensuring that they assist municipalities. I think we lack issue of integration of these offices so that we don't come at an end of an audit outcome and start stating these problems that has emanated for 12 months while all these structures are here. And the issue, Chair, that we continue to work in silos, it's what at the end of the day we come here and say this municipality, and come 12 months AG is saying this municipalities has been served, have been served with MIs. And all these stakeholders, if they can understand the issue of one plan, if all of us can understand the issue of a district development model, we will not arrive where we are. Because indeed, you are making presentation holistically, individually, as AG, as Treasury, good governance in terms of SALGA, and 1397 of Likwa. We've been saying the 139s are not helping local municipalities. And at some stage, the Honourable Minister indicated that that was done in Likwa has not assisted the people of Likwa. Are we going to punish our people of service delivery on the basis that you gave me 3 rand and I did not bring back the 20-cent change? Because our institutions, its mentality, it should be that we should correct what is wrong but continue to support. Because Treasurer, if you are saying you have 14 municipalities that are not in compliance, do you want to really take all that equitable shares on the basis that this institution is not compliant and people are suffering? Because indeed, your withdrawal is the suffering of our people. And the mechanism of correcting, that includes the mechanism of the AG, don't seem to be coming forth. We dilly-dally. We dilly-dally if we should implement, or the process takes 10 years. While our people have been withdrawn with equitable shares that they must be able to deliver services, and our system are too rigid, are too conservative, in a manner that our people on the ground are suffering. As Konuk move with speed to deal with the matter and continue to deliver services. The last matter, Chair, the facilitator, this one of making Section 56 permanent. Are we in a position, all of us as SALGA, as well as Treasurer, as well as AG, to put measures of performance in a manner that I will not stay with a Section 56 who is not performing and want to keep that Section 56 on the basis that is employed permanently? Those are matters that we should be worried about, because yes, indeed, the legislation is here. And these other political matters, we don't matter about them. But the tools that must assist municipalities to function on those that are going to be employed permanently, are they in existence? Are they in the table? So that when a person signs a contract, knows that in 6 months there is assessment. Yes, the PM system is there. And in 12 months, if there is no payment, why do you want to keep a person for another 5 years or 2 years? The mechanism of capacity building. Are they there if this person already is at employment and we scared of infringing our labor laws in terms of this person employed? I'm saying there should be that IGR stringent in a manner that everything that we want to make sure that local municipalities are functional, are able to spend the budget to deliver services. They should exist and they should be practical. And only these offices can help. And SALGA is here. We are not the last option. We should be the first option, because today we are presenting at this, we have 20 municipalities that we must tell them that this is not happening right. A high level of presentation is good, but at some stage, we have dropped the ball. So that Sonke City, how best can we assist? Than putting high level, and the next thing was speculating, hey, mhlambe yim. I'm saying lama integration that must happen at local government, it's something that we must live in. It must exist. It can't exist when we have a program like this one. They must exist. The IGR, I'm glad that there is an amendment in the IGR Act that will compel us that indeed, so that we don't realize these problems and be embarrassed by the AG on the fact that existed for 12 months or 9 years. And now when somebody has to move, then there is issue of a 9-year back. And then you are disqualified on the basis of a matter that taken place 9 years. So let us try, because we are here to say there is something better that we can do. But provided these things happened as soon as possible, and our municipalities are...
Mike, yeah, the roving Mike, you just respond to the issues, because today it's the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women. And I want us to eliminate it by making sure that we eliminate time. So let's just go straight to the issues without preambling or making further presentations, because the presentation that we have made will be sent to the delegates. Just straight to the point. Can I just say 3 minutes must be enough for the responses, because most of what has been said were inputs and suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director. I think we do take cognizance of the threats that are meted out to accounting officers and councillors within the sector, and we have had studies that we've done as SALGA around that. Just this week in the NCOP, there was a debate around killings of councillors and officials within the sector. So we've got a stern position as SALGA that we want to draw a line in the sand, have adequate protection for public office bearers within the sector, as well as officials within the sector, because it will erode the democratic dividends if there's a perception that if you work within local government, you will always be facing protests and so forth. But we didn't go into the details of the issues, because we confined ourselves to the presentation at hand in terms of that. But there is work that we're doing behind the scenes, and if you can recall, executive mayors at the Council of Mayors in East London, the Minister of Police was even there, as well as at the local government summit, due to these concerns that we have been raising as SALGA. And I think just the other issue that I would two issues that I would also want to further talk to, we have taken a position. There's currently a process where we're engaging with the Independent Commission for the Remuneration of Public Office Bearers, as well as DCOG, around the remuneration regime of councillors. Partly, one of the issues that we are talking to is around capacity building of councillors within the sector. We believe that it should not be limited, because we want capacitated councillors to be able to discharge their responsibilities and address the persistent issues around challenges faced by municipalities around governance issues and other various challenges that are there. And I think just the last issue I want to respond to, that we try to talk to in the presentation, around the unauthorized, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditures. We cannot wish away prior year issues. If we do not deal with them as committees and investigate, it will not go away. It's not a magic wand that you're going to blow over one day. It's work that must be done, and it must also look at what has happened in the past, account for it. If we cannot have evidence around whatever might have happened, we must get to a place and say we are writing off, because we've done this investigation, we could not support it, or whatever might be the case, and write it off your books. But if you don't get to and investigate, you will not be able to write it off. The AG will always bring it up, because you cannot wish it away. And there must be work that must be done. Hence, we were encouraging municipalities to develop a UIF&W reduction strategy that will outline how are you going to reduce this UIF&W. It does not happen overnight. It's going to require work. And council and councillors who sit in council have got a duty and responsibility to put issues in place for you to be able to carry out those responsibilities around UIF&W accountability and oversight.
Thank you so very much, Provincial Treasurer. Can we clap hands for the... Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director. There's two issues that I want to just give clarity on and maybe give guidance. Yes, it is a shock. I'm not saying the threat, but the news that I'm bringing pertaining to the equitable share, it's not a final decision as yet, Honorable Councillor. As I'm saying is, we urge municipalities to work with us. We started this exercise to inform municipalities as early as beginning of September already. Officially so in writing, pertaining to non-compliance issues. We did make presentations in the CFO forums, of which SALGA colleagues were also present. So it's a long process that we started to encourage municipalities to actually comply to the criteria that's been laid down from a national level. As I'm saying, the 14 was just an indicator as this morning. We are working, the team in my office are working with the municipalities. I will share with the colleagues in COCTA the final status by the end of the day. It might reduce from 14, depending on the ability of municipalities to actually provide the portfolio of evidence to our office. We haven't taken a decision from Provincial Treasury on any withholding. It was a national decision from the Budget Council that certain criteria should be followed by municipalities. And then from their side also communication went out to municipalities. It's now the third letter that went out last Wednesday. So there is ongoing communication with municipalities. But from Provincial Treasury side, Honourable Councillor, we will work, as I indicated, around the clock to prevent, and to actually support our municipalities. My plea to the municipality is enable us, give us the portfolio of evidence that we've requested. It will just make our task to make recommendations for consideration by National Treasury so much easier. The program director have asked me the issue pertaining to grant funding, reallocation of funds. Colleagues, I want to urge all municipalities. This is an issue where we are found wanted for years now. Inability to utilize capital grants. And that, the latest presentation I saw in the DDM that I attended in the Gertsebandi district, it was actually a shock to the extent that we utilize those money. And then when it comes to rollovers, we cannot demonstrate that we've committed those monies. And that brings us then to a question whether we should reclassify those grants, program director, not for another municipality, but for another implementing agent. For instance, and please, this is not factual, it is, let's take as example, Chief Albert Lutuli struggled to implement. We will then, in communication with the municipality, rather see that the district receive these funds for the benefit of Chief Albert Lutuli. So the funds will be in the area where it was initially allocated. So that we will definitely strive to continue to support the municipalities. Thank you.
Oh, you have concluded? Okay. Thank you.
Ngiyabonga, Program Director. Fortunately, I don't have a question to respond to, but I'm happy with the comments that were made. What is key, Program Director, is the whole issue of intervening at an earlier stage. It's true what the executive mayor from Kangala is saying, that the people that are suffering at the end of everything, it's the people on the ground, it's the masses, the society. If for an example, a municipality like Likwa is set to be punished for a deficit budget of 374 million, and the question therefore is, what happened when the municipality approved the budget with a deficit of 1 million? Why nothing was done? Why is it only an issue now when the council seeks to deliver services? The other issue being the support that is given to municipalities, either by provincial treasury, by provincial quarter. Let me make an example. The issue of consequences takes months to come. You write a letter in January requesting a consequence response from a minister or from the province. It takes 6 months to 8 months to arrive. We made a request for the province to assist us with skills audit, for an example, and that was done in December. It's another December, nothing has been done, there's been no response. And when there are opportunities for us to address to these issues, we don't address them. We will wait until it's very late, and by that time, the municipality has collapsed, the municipality is not functioning properly because we failed to make use of the opportunities that are there to assist municipalities. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Program Director. I think first and foremost, I must appreciate Speaker Ndinisa for being very discerning. I don't know whether the pastor issue was meant in a positive light or was something that was meant to diminish my contribution, but nonetheless, I'll appreciate it for now. I think the first issue is that we must, I want to suggest that we must be careful of wanting to make excuses for things that we are able to manage. For starters, Speaker was saying when he started, he was not given requirements. And I think for me, my focus was very clear that when you are MM and you are CFO in the administrative level, there must be an expectation or a clarity in terms of what's going to be required, and particularly the production of quality financial statements is one of the standard requirements coming from that area. So that was the focus of the conversation. The next thing is that there's also this issue of us using young professionals continues to pop out in various settings. And I think we must acknowledge that the young professionals that we deploy at the municipalities, they are qualified external auditors. And the fact that they are young should not in any way be used to discredit the quality and the value of the services that they do offer. The reason you would find that there are senior managers that come in from time to time in the process is because their role is to ensure quality management, so that out of every finding that the teams have found, when there is a consolidation, the senior managers are quite confident that the teams have done work and it has complied with the auditing standards. And so the fact that there are people sleeping late, that is part and parcel of how the work is. Because, look, institutions, municipalities will wait until it is 31st August before they submit their financial statements. And as a result, it means that we must always work on a crunch program to try and meet our own legal obligations. Because in terms of the legal frameworks, we must report on the work we have conducted on the financial statements at a specified time. And so we are able as an office to then take in whatever pressures we need to take in, but we can guarantee you that our staff are taken well care of. What you would not see as people sleeping late is the support that goes into the teams. Some, they will be taken to their homes. Some, in one of the moments, then the staff, they will bring in their children just to reunite them for a little while. All these things are special things that we do to make our teams feel taken care of. So I thought at least this one would address that matter. The other issue is that historical findings on issues of assets, including the matter of Emma Kazeni, what we will do is we will connect the matter with the senior manager in charge of these two municipalities, so that you can get another opportunity to express your unhappiness and then hopefully find a solution. But what I'm confident of is that we never go out to talk about people without having spoken to them first. So if Emma Kazini is not happy, they are not happy, but I can guarantee you that the information was provided in terms of these historical issues that had surfaced in terms of the assets and so on. And then the last issue is the issue of integration. I want us to acknowledge that whilst we exist, and we spoke here about the accountability ecosystem, whilst we have a desire to integrate, that integration cannot in any way replace the work that needs to happen inside the municipality. If we are to go in the municipality quarterly and trace things that are happening in real time, we run a risk of conflicting ourselves, because the things we were pointing out, we must now come back and audit them. And that's why there are various other mechanisms, including the oversight role of council, that must make sure that what we have picked up, and to a great extent you will learn that the issues we are dealing with are not issues of 9 months ago. It's to a greater extent repeat findings that finds expression to themselves. And we talk to them every year. But the reality of it is that we do not pinpoint responsibility where it's supposed to be focused. We are willing to take responsibility,
and partner, and we do that efficiently with Treasury and Provincial Cocta, but we're willing to do more. But in order for the ecosystem to function well, is going to require that everybody plays their part. Because once we start playing into each other's lanes, we are going to be confused. And of course, in terms of the one plan, we are quite familiar with the one plan, not only with the one plan, but also with the operational challenges that it has in this state of time that we are in. So, but I think the reality of it is that the message that we want to come out is that we will never turn out an opportunity to partner with any municipality, with any other structure, provincial treasury or COCTA, in order to make local government work. We are committed to that, and that's what we will continue to do. Thank you so much.
Can we therefore clap hands for them? And with that said, thank you so very much for the presentations, and to the delegates of the Provincial Assembly for being good listeners and the contributions. With that said, let's continue to stay there. We are an ambassador of the International Day. So we'll stay there up until the Deputy Chair comes. Even if we leave, she will definitely tell you to keep on staying there. Allow me therefore to call the Deputy Chairperson, now Councillor Dlagadla, to come forward for a token of appreciation. It's end of. I know that most of you whom we have tasked or nominated to be presenters, you haven't been paid or got your salaries. So SALGA, because it's a caring organization and a stewardship of local government, they've tried to get you some stipend, and go back and declare and make sure that there are receipts of anything that we are doing, and anything that you'll do with the token of appreciation coming from SALGA must be for ethical purposes. And if oversight must be played on it, let it be. Deputy Chair, this is now your process. Can you therefore take over? And I think the leadership will guide from here, but I think that they'll allow that Lance come over. And then we'll therefore break. Yeah, can I call, we'll start with Mr. Strauss. Chauke, yours is with the chairperson of the province. You'll get it there. Yeah. Yeah. We can just clap hands. Tomorrow it will be you. Thank you. Yeah, with that, I just overheard the deputy chair saying that can all the 14 municipalities get something? And another Councillor Tabete, Mr. 139, please come forward. Yeah. No, thank you so very much, Councillor Tabete. And I don't know, they say pastor. I'll call him HSA or Auditor General South Africa. Please come forward, not to pray this time, but to take a caution. As you all see, delegates, he was just throwing everything. And if it happens that they come to your municipality questioning assets that are broken and not reported, he just did it now. Yeah. With that said, allow me therefore to thank them and allow them to go back as we are done with that. Thank you so very much. You can go. Mr. Lenz is requesting just 15 minutes of your time. And I'll beg with all of you. I know, Chair, that time is running out, but they nearly wanted the provincial treasurer and the AG. But let's allow the ambassador of the International Day for the elimination of violence. But this is by SALGA. It mustn't be like, no, it's by Chief Albert Lutul or local municipality. It's done by SALGA. So I can see Councillor Nkosi, they want to celebrate it. Councillor, we are not council. Acting so Lens.
Well, thank you very much, Program Director, and greetings firstly to the executive in the province led by the chairperson, members of the NEC that are present, our host, the Mayor of Chief Albert Lutul, all other executive mayors, speakers, chief whips, municipal managers, senior officials, our guests from different strategic stakeholders and partners, and Team SALGA, good morning. I am really hoping that the pastor from the AG, after his sermon, will stay with us till we finish at 3 o'clock today. That is not going to leave us, so that he can also hear us. As the AG does its work, it must also do that work within the context of what we are experiencing within the local government space. So I'm going to keep looking if you are there. As I speak, and this is my first presentation, I listen to you. This is my first presentation, there's a second one coming. I will keep looking to check if you are there at 3 o'clock today, as you helped us. The presentation I'm about to make relates to an issue that affects SALGA as an organization within the context of its representative nature and the specific legislated obligation placed on the organization to be solution-driven as it relates to problems that are besetting our members. And when we look at this slide, paints a picture of the election since the year 2000, and in particular what the outcomes have been, and specifically to hung councils where there is no outright majority, meaning no single political party has secured a majority of the votes and therefore a majority of seats in council, and leaving the council to an arrangement where political parties need to speak to each other, come together and form a government for the day. Focusing on Mpumalanga itself, you would see for the first time since 2000, the province has now 3 coalition-led municipalities, and if I may check, I saw one of them rising more than once, in fact more than thrice last night for awards. So I want to check if Steve Tswete is still here or they are celebrating. Still here. Governor Beck here. And we just had Likwa with us. So those are the 3 coalition-led municipalities we have in the province. And when I listened to the executive mayor speaking from Likwa, I understand the difficulties, and I was sitting there praying for him, because the next 4 years are very long. And I'm sure those that have just raised their hands from Steve Tswete and Governor Mbeki respectively can attest to the same, that the next 4 years are going to be very long. And you can wake up any day and then there would be that popular thing called motion of no confidence, very popular in the country. So that's the difficulties that we are faced with, and the realities that comes with these arrangements is that we have seen that a majority of our metros are led through coalition governments, We have already seen, this slide is outdated. We are already on 10 mayors, speakers, chief whips that have been removed. I don't know why there is the fashion, all three must go. So they don't just select one and then say, let's leave the others. No, everyone must go. So we have seen 10 municipalities. We have recently had we recently had by-elections, and have seen that council meetings are being called so that where there has been change in terms of the political representation in the municipality, there's now increased calls to deal with that popular item, motion of no confidence. The reality is that much of this changes brings with it instability, both political instability but also administrative instability. I had said this week when I was in Limpopo that the unfortunate reality with us, comparatively speaking to mature democracies where coalitions are an acceptable practice, is that whilst the politicians are disagreeing, the administration gets on with the work. It's quite different in our context. The administration also gets excited by the political instability. And the most recent example is what happened in Ekurhuleni. Because there is no mayor, we don't collect refuge anymore. So I don't understand why you need a mayor for you to get into a truck and go and collect rubbish. I didn't understand why. But that's what happens in our municipalities. But it brings that instability, and the ultimate body that suffers are the communities, no one else. So that is the biggest difficulty that we see. And as SALGA, we could not sit back and do nothing. So this conversation did not start last week or last month or 2 months ago. This discussion started 16 months ago. And what we wanted to address as an organization is the reality that we have no legislative framework, there is no regulatory framework that guides coalitions and what should happen in the instance of coalitions. And therefore it's been left to political parties that have chosen to ignore the will of the people and make arrangements somewhere. I don't know, I'm told it's at night in corners of places. I've never done it, so I do not know. Maybe the mayor could have told us what happened in this instance. Was it during the day or at night? And where the venue was. But the consequence is that it is left to political parties to decide. So what we had done last year, leading up to the elections, we developed in partnership with the University of Western Cape's Dula Oma Institute, a framework which we thought would assist political parties and point out where we think there is a need for political parties to approach with caution. And what we had suggested are two things. How do you form a coalition? What you should not do. In particular, what you should do. And once you've formed a coalition, how to sustain that coalition. We have seen mixed responses from political parties, but we've also seen mixed responses by local structures of political parties. And I think from where I'm sitting, there has been more value when, and I'm saying this with utmost respect, but it's the reality, there's been more stability, there's been more value when local and or regional political structures have taken the lead in forming coalitions. Those coalitions in 99% of the instances, are still functional. It is when we have seen a national takeover where there has been serious difficulties in keeping stability, because the reality is that once your structures at the national and or provincial level have finalized the coalition arrangements, the locals are left to implement it. And in most instances, it has created difficulties for those locals because they may have even been excluded from the negotiations themselves. So the reality is that the document has been a guideline and there has been mixed responses thereto. It remains a relevant document as it would be relevant based on the outcomes of recent by-elections where, yes, indeed, power will exchange hands, and where it will exchange hands, there's a need for them to be guided in forming new coalitions. But it remains a voluntary adoption of the framework, and so we had thought as SALGA, beyond the guidance, we need to continue to be solution-driven, and therefore we have made two other proposals. The first one is we had, through the President of the Republic, through the Minister of COCTA, through the NCOP, through the National Assembly, already tabled what we think are proposals towards a legislation for coalition governments. And some of the things we will be taking through once there is an agreement to start the process of that legislative review, but that is not an immediate response to the current challenges. The second proposal we had made is to ask MBCs to use the legislative authority that currently exists and amend the establishment notice of the 86 hung councils now, 87 now. And maybe it will be 88 if that municipality meets on Wednesday next week. There is an immediate response that is available, but it requires MECs to play their role. What are we suggesting? We are suggesting that MECs amend the Section 12 notices, and in the instance of Steve Tshwete and Governor Mbeki and Likwa, we are saying let's change them from executive mayoral systems to collective executive systems. So typically, executive mayor of Likwa, executive mayor of Steve Tshwete, and executive mayor of Governor Mbeki, we're asking them to remove the executive from your title. That's simply what we are saying. Firstly, remove the executive. And in removing the executive, what are we saying is that, we'll take you to that slide. We are saying that as we remove the executive, we also remove the authority to appoint a MECO and its members. Instead, we are suggesting that it must be a collective executive system, meaning that we create an executive committee, an executive committee that has membership from all of the parties that have gotten sufficient seats on council, meaning that those parties that have the highest number of seats are likely to be the parties to have membership on the EXCO, and then you elect the mayor from that EXCO. That is the key difference between the two that we are proposing. And in the main, we are proposing this because from where we are sitting, having interacted with municipalities in the last term of office and in this term of office this last year, much of the focus is to be in power. To be in power can mean different things, including, but more importantly, to be part of executive decision making, so that you do not wait for the council meeting to then be told what happened, but you would have been part through the executive committee system of processing things, taking decisions, and presenting them to council. So all of those major parties would be part of executive decision making. And I'm sure NEC member, of course, you can start thinking about what it means in your municipality. NEC member, of course, his municipality is also a coalition-led municipality. And I'm going to say it, and I apologize upfront, but I want us to be honest. He needs one seat to be in power. So he has sold his soul for that one seat. But I'm sure he will reflect on his own experience. One seat, and that person that has been given, well, that person who agreed to form the coalition government smiles every single day when they wake up, I am sure, but you know the detail. So that is what we are suggesting, but we thought it's best to do two things. Program Director, I'm going to conclude shortly, but present you the two, and we were quite deliberate not to choose your municipalities because we do not want to personalize things, but present to you examples of where it is really not worked, the current system of executive mayoral system, and what the broad implications have been vis-a-vis what we are proposing as a solution to the current challenges. And we are going to use the example of Nelson Mandela Bay. And just bear with me. I hope this is visible from where you are sitting. So on the slide, all of the political parties on the far left in that municipality, they have 120 seats for council. And that's the allocation in the middle there, column, is the allocation of seats across the respective political parties. So a quick bite is that there are two parties with the highest number of seats, equal number of seats, and they are far apart from the rest of the political parties. I mean, so 48 for one party, 48 for another party, and then the next party to get seats is 8. You can see there's a huge difference between the number of seats based on the outcome of the elections. But juxtapose that against the MACO. So, and there I should indicate to you, when you see 12 seats at the bottom, it is the 10 MACO members plus the mayor and the deputy mayor. Executive mayor plus the deputy executive mayor have been added. So the ANC has had 4 seats on the, this is before the change, recent change. ANC had 4 seats, of which it's the mayor and the deputy mayor. And then out of the 10 MACO members, it had 2. Okay? Then you can see across all of the other parties, there is 1 each. And who has benefited from this arrangement? It's a party called Abantu Integrity Movement. It got 1 seat of council. AIC got 1 seat on council. Good, 1 seat on council. PAC 1 seat. UDM 1 seat. And for that 1 seat, they were rewarded with MACO seats. So the majority of MACO is made up of 1 seat parties. Or, take it further, 2 seat parties. And then there's 1 party that got 3 seats. But they are rewarded for just obtaining a mere 1 seat with a seat on the MACO. So from a governance point of view, this city, a metro, was run by 1 seat parties. And you may say to me, that's a slide, you are just telling us what is on paper. Let me tell you what is in practice. and I've shared this across all PMAs, and on Tuesday when I'm in the Eastern Cape, I will do the same in the Eastern Cape, in front of them. But at a political level, one of the reasons why the MEC wanted to bring a Section 139 intervention here is that MACO could not sit. Why could MACO not sit? It's because all of these MACO members said to the mayor, we're not coming to your meeting. By the way, you were given the list to announce us. You were not appointing us. You just announced us. We were appointed somewhere else. We will account somewhere else. So MACO, dysfunctional. What these guys have done as part of your arrangements in that corner when you meet is they've also agreed, on top of getting a MACO seat, we also appoint our own executive directors. So the city manager wants to convene executive management team. from Steve Twet has walked out now. But I wanted to ask him not to get into this trap. When she convened executive management team, Councillor Nkosi, they say, no, we are not coming to that thing. We are with our MMC somewhere. They are not coming. So management team administration is dysfunctional. MACO is dysfunctional. And there's a water crisis in this municipality. This municipality, when it wanted to adopt the IDP and budget, they couldn't do so. Because this very same coalition could not agree on what must go in the IDP, what must go in the budget. This municipality was 5 days from day zero. The mayor this morning spoke from Likwa, said he didn't have water in his room, but he could get the water next door. Now day zero means there's no water in your room and next door, and on the floor below or the floor behind or across the road, there is no water. That's a crisis this municipality faced. But a coalition government could not work together, but they continued to execute their responsibilities as MACO members, whatever it is they were doing. That's a dysfunctional state in which this municipality was. And so we said it can't continue. We suggested a change in its amending its Section 12 notice, and I was the unfortunate one, maybe not unfortunate, maybe fortunate, because I could see it firsthand, to go and present this to council. And I should indicate to you how the meeting was convened, Chair, in the province. The meeting was convened virtually. One political party and its coalition partners were in one venue. One political party was in another venue, and then I was sitting in the disaster management center with a lot of security around. So I don't know whether they thought I was going to be attacked or the mayor. I was with the mayor and the municipal manager. So I asked, what is this arrangement? They said, no, there are death threats, and there are 5 councillors that have already been threatened. So this is how we convened. But be that as it may, presented this proposal, and as I said in Limpopo this week, I'm sure if they were in the room with me, I would not have left alive. But my head was nearly bitten off. You could see a person speaking on the screen there and the frustration. But funny enough, the frustration came from the one-seat parties. The other parties were quiet because they were the biggest losers. So in that coalition arrangement, they are the ones that got the least number of votes, but they are running the city, and the suggestion of Section 12 amendment was going to affect them. They were going to go to what they should have been from the first day when they got into council, is one-seat parties. And so I was in trouble, called many names, but it is fine. What it would have meant if we had gone the route of an exco system is this picture on the far right. So what you've seen on the previous slide, the first three columns, we've added the fourth column. What it would have meant is that the two parties with the highest number of seats will get the highest number of seats on the executive committee, and then the parties that got 8 seats and 3 seats respectively would have made the last part of the exco. So you would have had those parties that got the highest number of votes as an outcome of the elections, forming an inclusive government and being able to run the affairs of the city. I'm spending time here, Chairperson, because as these 3 municipalities go back home, they must keep in mind, firstly, that if this suggestion succeeds, it means they must start thinking about what the implications are going to be in their respective municipalities for their particular circumstances. And the first attack, even from Kokta, when we suggested this, they said, no, but those two parties with the 4 seats, they can't work together. And therefore, we are back to square one. They are not going to take decisions. Well, my response was to tell them what the reality is on the ground. And the reality is quite funny, I mean it in a good way, is that when the municipality could not, when the coalition-led government could not adopt a budget and an IDP, it is those two parties that worked together and adopted the IDP. When the water crisis, 5 days away from day 0, and people were worried about their pockets, not worried about the well-being of the people, it is those two parties that got together. And I should say got together because they are affected locally, got together and made this thing happen, and decisions were taken. So the point that we are making, because we can see it on the ground, is that in our municipalities we have seen there are political parties, and you know it yourselves. But there's no animosity within your municipality. In fact, you work together quite well with the opposition. You are cordial. But when you switch on the news, at national and provincial level, they are at each other's throats. They can't agree. But locally you can agree, and it's exactly what happened in this instance, is that they came together because the best interests of communities of that particular metro were considered. That is the implication of what we are suggesting in amending the Section 12 notice. I want to give you the same example of Joburg. It is fresh. 270 councillors. This is the makeup of the different political parties' seats in that council. You can see the MECO, the party with the highest number of seats. This is the MECO that was found to be illegitimate by the courts, but we're giving you the example. The party with the highest number of seats by far took up 50% of the MECO seats. And then we fell into the trap again. A party with 2 seats gets a MECO seat. And then also within the bottom there are others. There are also parties with 1 seat that got a seat on the MECO. So those that are in the minority have not garnered sufficient votes, but got onto the council, are in the driving seat in running the affairs of this municipality. A party with 8 seats allocated 2 seats on the MECO. And yet the parties that have garnered sufficient seats, when I say sufficient, way more than those others who got seats on the MECO, are out in the cold and not part of executive decision making. The suggested Section 12 notice would have painted this picture, that the party with the highest number of seats in council would have been allocated the highest number of seats in the EXCO, and then the other 3 parties with the highest number of seats would also have seats on the EXCO. You can see there the link between the current and the proposed. So your smaller parties are immediately excluded from executive decision making because the people have spoken. People said, this is who we want to be in charge. But we then go around in our little corners and change the will of the people to the will of those agreements on the day. So those will be the implications, and we're giving you examples of 2 municipalities. Easier said than done, but all we can present to you is where it works. Your neighboring province, KZN, all municipalities, all 54 of them, use the collective executive system. So there is no executive mayor in the entire KZN. The mayor of eThekwini is a mayor. And he has an EXCO, and he's a member of the EXCO. And he was elected from the EXCO. And the EXCO, since 2000, has comprised of all of the political parties that have gotten the highest number of seats. So the official opposition at the national level has been in the EXCO of eThekwini since 2000. And this is the first time that we are hearing of motions of no confidence in KZN. It has never been an issue. Why? Because the major political parties have been consistently been part of executive decision making through the EXCO system. And there's more peace, and council meetings are much shorter because issues would have been dealt with at an EXCO level, but you would have been presented with the opportunity in an EXCO to raise your issues, agree to disagree, or agree on the approach as you're taking it through to council. So it has worked very well in the KZN example, and we believe that it will also remove the fashionable thing to only focus on motions of no confidence and move towards actual delivery of services. But it's, as I said, a painful exercise. A few things would have to happen. Removing the executive mayor and putting a mayor, removing a mayoral committee and putting an executive committee, and the executive committee will then appoint portfolio heads from amongst themselves, changing your standing rules, changing your delegations of authority. Those are things that are going to have to happen, and we know that there are risks attached to this, but ultimately what we are suggesting is to introduce stability into those municipalities and putting focus on delivery of services rather than the removal of a mayor, speaker, or a chief whip. I've taken a lot of time, program director, and I apologize for that, but I sat there here the whole of yesterday. I listened to others. I said, you made me sit there for 2 hours. I listened to others. And from where I'm sitting, this is fashionable. So we must spend time on reflecting on this. Thank you very much.
The SALGA leadership called me saying that there'll be some social gathering yesterday evening, and I was quarantined. The reason I was quarantined, NEC member, I was told that this is very key to all of us as public representatives, because they said that nationally it's part of the very key discussion. It's not only affecting councillors, but even the MPs and MPLs. They are not even ready. They are not even discussing coalition government. And I was told by the officials of the province, led by Omam Sidel, that if we take the presentation of Mr. Lance today very serious and prepare ourselves for anything that might come, indeed we can excel in having or running coalition government, because even if we are not infected, but we are directly affected. Reason because of intergovernmental relations. And they made mention that I must not tell you, but because of the surname, I respect the surname. The officials led by the chair and the deputies said that in Mpumalanga, where they are seated, come 2026, if things don't change and some money is taken by national treasurer, we'll have not less than 5 coalition government, especially in the suburbs or urban municipalities. Indeed, they've even mentioned Tabacheu. The Makazeni they are speaking about of the financial entries was also mentioned. The Malahleni was also mentioned. The Government was also mentioned. City of Mbombela, because the leadership of SALGA Provincial are doing researches, consulting, and also going to the ground to understand what is it that the people want. And we have said it straight that local government must get everything, even the payment of councillors from the national fiscals, and we are still fighting that. And we must appreciate the NEC member, as you have honored, the chair has said that you are always with us. That no, the data of councillors is also coming back. And I'm sure that you'll also advise, or when the chair do the closing remarks, she will also advise that no, all municipalities must call special sittings before we go for recess, though we are not going for recess, to table these remunerations of either the officials, which has been sent to almost everyone, and the issue of data. And I know that most are saying that no, they must pay back our money from July because they took it up until now. And if it must be like that, I know the chair is busy writing there because he will advise all municipalities on what must happen and what to do. I feel sorry for those whom I advised yesterday that don't take the item to council. Wait until we are advised proper by SALGA. Because SALGA is your mouthpiece, is the voice of the voiceless municipality. With that said, are there questions directed to, as we are doing the working lunch, because I'll therefore request or ask those who are before us, maybe for a 5 minutes ice break. But if there are questions regarding this, it's not the first time in the Council of Speakers, Assembly of Mayors, the very same was presented. And now we know that in Mpumalanga this is that. And we must never use coalition to make the community suffer. But we have to work together, and at the very same time, officials in coalitions play a critical role. We must not interfere. We rather intervene. They must not be afraid to bring items just because it does not suit this one or that one. And the more you keep on withdrawing item of service delivery, AG will come. And I was told by one of the deputy chair, Ume Mabuza, to say that if any person withdraw an item of service delivery, it must be noted that you are not part of it. It must be that person. Because items are for council, not for individuals. And you can't allow an item to come, be prepared by officials. You look at it and you say, no, it doesn't went to the speaker. No, it must first go to section 80. No, it must go to section 70. Mem Mabuza and Menkadimeng once said to me, items are for council. Once they are drafted, even if it means that the section 8 or 79 must sit an hour before council for it to be processed, because it means it's part of the key performance areas. With that said, I'll allow hands on the very broad presentation, which is looking also in making sure that in the 8 metros, only 2 are not led with coalition. And the third one will be the metro, which is from Emakazeni, Steve Chwete, Emalahleni, and Victor Kanye. That will be one of the metros which won't be led with the coalition. It will be an outright majority. Coalition will be maybe after 3 terms, which can take 15 years. I know that some from Botlabelo are enjoying that they want a 4th district. But before this SALGA assembly close chair, we must not shy away. Councillor Shabangu Terra, this SALGA assembly must tell us who's responsible or who must assist the very same 3rd district, which is Ehlanzeni, that does not have budget to assist in bulk infrastructure, to the local municipalities, Adam Jindi, Tabachwe, Bushback, Rich, Nkomazi, Mbombela, who must bring that money for them in order to execute. And if you are saying they are only for strategic purposes and support, please then stop the DDM. So that matter must not be left, or else if we leave it here, why then continue with the district? With that said, as I said, that they'll advise, but we must provoke that. If as SALGA we need to meet with ministers in order for Ehlanzeni not to be treated as a step kids while we are one district, so that we can say, no, indeed we can have a fourth district. Look at the dashboard of Nkangala, Bunkangala, Hersiband and Hlanzeni. You'll see this is an insult. And this SALGA will be taken into task, will have one day to account what is it that we did. If there was money taken elsewhere by whomever, it must go back, and Ehlanzeni must be a district with all functions in order for them to execute the mandate and assist other local municipalities there. With that said, allow me to therefore hand over to the Deputy Chair, and then he'll proceed with the business of the day. Thanks for being good listeners, but it doesn't mean Deputy Chair because you came with the chair and she happens to be a mayor of the district of Ehlanzeni. Yeah, I'm now speaking as SALGA PEC. We want that money back, and you can't be only a district municipality that deals with strategic things and support. We want you to give service delivery, because an injury to one is an injury to all. Because today you might think they are seated here, tomorrow it's you who will be here and will ask you the very same question. We want that money in whomever. If it means so, I lobby this assembly, part of the declaration, for SALGA PEC and the GIGR to call ministers relevant and MECs relevant to can unlock these things. I thank you.
Yeah, well done, PC member, well done. And thank you very much. I think the presentation made by the acting CEO was an eye-opener and thought-provoking in terms of what would happen should it succeed in terms of the municipalities that we have in the province. Good day, ladies and gentlemen, honorable councillors, the chair of the province, Manchester, as well as the POBs. We are now left with an organizational matter that we must process and finalize it. We are not going to take more than an hour, because I'm told there is a big storm coming from for KZN and Mpumalanga. So we must be at least by 1 leaving this facility. We can have a working lunch, go out, probably working tea, go out quietly and come back, because we must process these matters for us to be able to conclude our PMA well. Opportunity that is granted, Chair, is well appreciated. Today, as we launch the 16 days of activism against women and children, and we say no to GBVF, to such community, because they also have human rights. Women have human rights. Umfundisi uVangala uthabo mama bagcoka ama miniskirt namakwayikwayi, siyavela lapha sithi nabo baba bagcoka ama kick and bobos. Uyayibona moslento. So we are all in this. If we are falling together. It can't be one gender that is falling and the others abonakale ngathi they are doing well. Without any waste of time, we are just dealing with organizational matters, where we'll now request Dr. Ndlovu to come and give us attendance and accreditation. If he's ready, uzosondela urgently, sir, so that you give us that presentation, so that we may move to another item. Thank you so much.
And greetings to the leadership, all protocol observed. We would want to present the credentials for the PMA. We'll start with go per region in terms of the municipalities that were invited. Of course, every municipality was invited, but we'll then go per district to say how many delegates were invited from of those delegates attended. From Ehlanzeni district, we have got 5 local municipalities. From Ehlanzeni district municipality, we invited 5 delegates. In attendance, we have got 4 delegates. Count the PEC member, it is in good standing. From City of Mbombela local municipality, we invited 5 delegates. We have got 1 delegate in attendance. And that means an arrangement in terms of ensuring that you would actually, 1 is not in good standing. Out of the 19 municipalities in good standing, 18 municipalities are in attendance. Out of 100 delegates invited, 57 delegates are in attendance. Out of the 14 PEC members, 13 members are in attendance and 1 member is not in attendance. Out of the 1 PEC member not in attendance, there's 1 tendered apology. Recommendations. A quorum of the Provincial Members' Assembly is 50% plus 1 municipalities in attendance. Having regard to the credentials that 19 members are in good standing, of the 19 municipalities in good standing, 18 are in attendance. Out of 100 delegates invited, 57 delegates are in attendance. In terms of the PEC, 13 members are in attendance. In the light of the aforementioned, this Provincial Members' Assembly is duly convened and meet the requirements of a quorum. It is therefore recommended that the Provincial Members' Assembly notes that 18 of its members in good standing, represented by 56 delegates, are in attendance and therefore the meeting quorate. It is also recommended that the Provincial Members' Assembly adopts the credentials for the Provincial Members' Assembly as presented. I thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you. You may also sit here because you will register apologies. You may sit here, Doctor. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Ndlovu, our PDO. Can I ask that we go through and then on recommendation we'll then come in because we must get an essence of the PEC members agreeing to the recommendations. Can we register formally, Dr. Ndlovu, the apologies that we received on the next item?
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Out of the 14 members of the PEC, we have said that it's only 1 member that is not in attendance, and we have since received an apology, and that is Councillor Million Shongwa from the Ehlanzeni. The municipality that tendered the apology is Emakazeni local municipality. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. I wanted it to be on record, Secretariat to register as such. Thank you, Dr. Ndlovu. We shall now move to the next item, which is that of the minutes. I'm not sure if they are going to beam them, if we can beam the minutes, but the minutes has also been presented before us for us to adopt them officially. So can we beam the minutes? The 2020 PMA minutes. Are we not ready? Administration, are we not ready to beam the minutes? Colleagues, have you received the minutes? Hello? Have we received the minutes? Yeah, at least I must get an essence. Have we read the minutes? Can we concur with the minutes? You were not part. Nizosiza ke Deputy Chair Nxumalo Ntate Dikgale because kuyabona nele rana di sessions mo. So you must help us. Deputy Chair, Executive Mayor Bush. Thank you very much, Nxumalo and Ntate Dikgale. Thank you. Can we then give a round of applause? Our minutes have been adopted and seconded as such. We are now going to move to the next item. This item of the Provincial Organizational Report for 2021-2022, which will be presented by the Chair, Ume Saidel. Over to you, Ma. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, DC Mabuza, for the opportunity. My warm greetings to yourself, to my DC's, PEC members, NEC members that are here with us. Babunkosi, I always say we are nothing without you. You are my pillar. If I stumble and fall, you will always pick me up and guide the way. To the AG, you are acknowledged. I'm tempted to say, Pastor, because when you were like going on, I was saying amen, amen, because I was really receiving the word. To the acting CEO and your team, very much you are acknowledged and receive my warm greetings. To everyone that's here, sector departments that are still with us, we want to acknowledge you. I'm not going to present, honorable members. I think we have received a link where all the presentations and our reports were sent through. I'm just going to speak to the organizational report. The better part of the organizational report, probably it's work that has been processed through all the meetings that took place, national conference, our provincial conference, but we will just account for the few months since we took over in office. Without going back, I've dealt with the purpose of the PMA that is derived from our constitution and why we would hold such a PMA probably most important to consider the reports that we are presenting now in committee. I was saying to the PDO and the acting CEO, there is no need for us to be in committee because everyone that's invited here has got a role to play in the business of local government, and there are no critical matters for us to resolve on. So we want to acknowledge that fact and probably invite them to observe how we would go about doing our day-to-day work as SALGA. I must indicate that the last PMA took place sometime in November 2020. The organizational report does reflect on that. The organizational report also touches on our governance structures in as far as how the PEC has been constituted, the issue of us also electing the SALGA Women's Commission, commissioner in the province, as well as how we tackled the issue of the co-option, which also gave rise to what the Constitution dictates for us to do in as far as inclusivity. Hence, you have Honorable Kutsia, that was one of the honorable members that was co-opted into the PEC. The report does also touch work that we've done around deployment of our PEC members to lead the various working committees that we are having in place, and we must indicate that every member of the PEC is leading a working group, as well as our women commissioner. The report also does touch on how we performed as SALGA in Mpumalanga against our mandate. We are indicating in the report 6 mandate issues, which we have also allocated goals and also came up with key performance areas on strategic matters that we have done, and we are also giving progress with regards to SALGA's intervention, with regards to those key performance areas and the targeted interventions in as far as our member municipalities. We are reflecting on those and the outcomes in terms of those interventions. So I'm not going to go in detail. The organizational report is just above 100 pages, but we've tried to provide a PowerPoint version, and we are also giving a reflection on key areas in terms of page numbers where you would probably get detailed information on the detailed organizational report. We have also provided annexures on other related matters. I think the PDO has touched on those issues around the membership levies, which it would be of importance for me to also indicate that that matter is receiving the PEC's attention in as far as getting all our municipalities in the province to be up to date in terms of their levies. One must indicate that the issue of Umkhonto, because we keep on talking about Umkhonto not being in good standing. The last meeting that took place here in Gersibande of the PEC, we did engage with the leadership of Umkhonto, and we are hoping that we will be able to turn the corner in as far as getting that municipality on par in terms of the membership levies, because really we need to get municipalities paying the membership for us to continue running as an organization. We are also saying, in as much as we are still having those municipalities that are experiencing some challenges around the levies, we are continuing as SALGA to provide support, because we want to bring out all our municipalities in terms of the challenges that they are confronted with, to have the ideal municipalities that all of us aspire to have. So I think, Honorable DC, I had encouraged all honorable members to read. Please, all the documents, I know we've given you a lot of information. Go through those presentations and the reports, because you'll get to understand and appreciate the work that SALGA is doing in bringing municipalities to be the ideal municipalities that our Honorable President called upon us to really produce in our last LNG Summit. Thank you very much, DC.
Thanks so much, Chair. In summary, the presentation is before us with the link that was afforded. As I've indicated that we're moving, we will now request the acting CEO to present the annual report, as well as the draft performance on operational plan in summary also. Then after that, we'll go back and adopt the agenda and adopt the credentials while we go to discussion. Thank you, sir.
Well, thank you very much, Deputy Chair, and once more greetings to everyone. I will not spend too much time, but perhaps indicate the following. we are constitutionally required as a representative voice of municipalities to account to municipalities for what we do as an organization. And the provincial chairperson has done it from a provincial perspective. The NEC member yesterday did so from a national perspective. But there's also this requirement that based on the previous year's work, we should account to yourself. So there is, like yourselves, we have to develop an annual report, and we have indeed developed the annual report that reflects on, firstly, how we have performed as an organization from a non-financial point of view, meaning how did we fare against the targets that we set for ourselves at the start of that financial year, and secondly, how did we perform from a financial point of view. So the annual report does exactly that, and it presents that detail. So I will quickly reflect on key elements, and the first part is to get into the financial report, focusing on the audit outcomes. Like yourselves, we must subject ourselves to an audit after having developed our financial statements, and the outcomes for the year 2021-2022 confirms that as SALGA we have achieved 13 consecutive unqualified audits, of which the last 10 consecutive ones have been clean audits. We are hoping that we will be able to sustain that financial management and performance. On the non-financial side of things, based on the objectives that we have set for ourselves for the year, we had achieved 92% of our targets, and indeed we acknowledge that we must not take things lightly, so the remaining 8% remains a concern to us, as we would want to achieve as close to 100% as possible. But it was an extraordinary year, a year of elections, a year where we had to contend with the reality that municipalities have been inactive since October last year, pre the elections, and also within SALGA itself, the governance structures were also likewise affected. But there are no excuses that are good enough, but it's an indication that it's areas that we are indeed taking cognizance of. The remaining part of the annual report just presents to you the picture for the 5 years, because this was the last of the 5-year plan that the previous NEC had adopted in 27, and this slide would show you that on average we were above 90% performance, and as I said earlier, from a financial point of view, we had achieved the clean audits for each of those 5 years. For the rest, all is still well. From the HR side, it paints a picture what the current staff complement is. From a financial point of view, a point that we would have to stress, Chairperson, is that we continue to remain reliant on membership fees to really sustain ourselves as an organization financially. And you can see on this slide, it paints a picture that remains a reality for us. It's an area that is of concern to us. It's our number one risk that we have within the context that municipalities themselves are having their own difficulties from a cash flow point of view. Municipalities themselves are having their own difficulties as it relates to bulk services that are outstanding, both for ESCOM as well as for the water boards. And so that reality scares us, but that is the picture for the financial year. It also paints a picture of where we direct our resources to as an organization, and you can see the focus remains support directed to municipalities through the different programs that we run in the organization, and hoping that it is making an impact and it's felt by yourselves through our presence across your respective municipalities. The second part of the report relates to the next financial year. Of course, as a representative voice, we would want to be as relevant as possible in executing our mandate, and our mandate is directed to yourselves. And so we would want to take this opportunity in this PMA. And Chairperson, I can indicate to you just from my notes of yesterday that there is a lot that we have to do in the short to medium term. And we got a fair sense yesterday in particular of areas of focus that we need to consider as we move into the next financial year. We are still 2 months away from finalizing this plan, and so an opportunity continues to be presented to yourselves to influence what we are going to do as an organization. We had said to all of the other provinces that there is a survey that we are going to send to yourselves, a survey that we would want you to and encourage you to complete, because that will then influence the work that we will do in the 2023-2024 financial year. There is draft work that has been done, Chairperson. We're not going to walk you through, but there is work that we have done. There is a fair sense of areas that we could potentially focus on, but we would want to validate those as we engage with all of provinces, get some of the feedback that comes out of the PMAs, get some of the feedback that comes out of the survey, and also take on board what we recently discussed at the Council of Speakers, Council of Mayors, in the local government summit, as well as in the NCOP Local Government Week. So it's work in progress, and both of these are presented to yourselves for noting, and I will pause there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, CEO. Siyamuva niyabona msaceda manje. Thank you so much. The two items have been presented. Shall we then move back to the accreditation as presented by Dr. Undlovu, UPDO wethu? Can I have a move and a seconder for the accreditation? Executive Mayor Victor Kanye, Landele Mamnomsa. Asana my mic, guys. We're almost there.
Oh, thank you, Chairperson. I, Councillor Vusi Buddha from Victor Kanya Local Municipality, hereby propose that the credentials to this PMA be adopted.
Thank you very much. And a seconder, Mamnomsa.
Thank you, Chairperson. I know some 20 councillor from Dr. Jason Moroka, second, the move by the Mayor of Victor Kai.
Thank you very much. Shall we then adopt the agenda? Can I have the move and the seconder for the adoption of the agenda? Thank you very much. Mayor Frida Nkadimeng, you'll follow by Mayor Mashego.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. I move for the adoption of the agenda.
Thank you so much, Ms. Selina.
Thank you very much, Chair. I second the mover.
Thank you so much. Stella Seisha Elizandla, well done. Well done. We shall then now move to the presentation of the declaration, or perhaps you want to discuss what the CEO has indicated in terms of our performance or the annual budget, because I want to take it that it will, as per his presentation, he said he will go to the PEC, he will bring them. Can we have the discussion there? Agreed? Thank you so much. Shall we then have the presentation of the declaration, Mengumalo, and if administration is ready? Okay, thank you so much. Can we beam the declaration?
Thank you very much. Oh, yeah. I'm doing a disservice here. No, thank you very much, Chair, and also to all our PEC members present here. I am reading our declaration, which is at Forever Resort But Plus Declaration. We, the delegate of Mpumalanga municipalities, gathered at Forever Resort But Plus Emanzana under the auspices of SALGA Mpumalanga on the occasion of the SALGA Mpumalanga Provincial Members Assembly convened on the 24th and to the 25th of November 2022, hereby affirm our commitment to realizing our developmental local government mandate and to effectively respond to challenges confronting local government. We take cognizance that the Provincial Members Assembly hereby adopt this declaration in a firm belief that it advances the objective of the developmental local government and pave the way towards improved accelerated service delivery. We recognize the annual performance plan at 100% achievement by SALGA Mpumalanga for the 2021-22 financial year and the clean audit received by SALGA. We appreciate the relations between SALGA Mpumalanga Provincial Government, Mpumalanga House of Traditional Leaders, Mpumalanga Provincial Legislators, and its strategic partners in continuous providing the necessary support and assistance to members' municipalities. We adopt SALGA Mpumalanga 2021-2022 Organizational Report, SALGA Annual Performance Report 2021-2022, as well as the draft 2023-2024 Annual Performance Plan. The Annual Performance Plan and also the budget as presented. We are inspired by the message of support by the Speaker of Mpumalanga Provincial Legislature, Honorable Makosazana Maslela, Chairperson of the House of Traditional Leaders in Mpumalanga, Khoshi Laimek Mukwena, as well as MEC of Culture, Sports and Recreation, Honorable Thandi Shongwe. Notwithstanding the challenge that lies ahead and the condition under which councillors and officials must fulfill their obligation, thereof we commit to fully participate in the integrated development plan, which is the IDP processes, to contribute resources in partnership with other stakeholders towards a waste behavioral change campaign against littering and illegal dumping of waste, to participate on the 60 days of activism for no violence against women and children campaign from the 25th of November to the 10th of December 2022. To encourage voluntary registration of unregistered properties on the property valuation roll and promote customer-led valuation and administration. To continue support, represent and build capacity in energy transition in the local government. As SALGA, we note the need to capacitate and reskilling of local government employees, the excessive net killing of councillors and also the traditional leaders. We note the global political infighting and electricity shortage which affect the economic growth. We also note the climate change impact on food security, the proposal to establish a fourth district within the province. We also note the growing concern regarding the state of cleanliness in the country, public finance resources from both local revenue and intergovernmental transfer that are not adequate to fund the required human resource and infrastructure investment to turn around the solid waste situation in South Africa. We also note the inadequate policies and bylaw to attract investment in municipalities. We are continuing. We know that there's a need for the DDM process to be institutionalized in order to ensure that all relevant national and provincial stakeholders attend the DDM meetings. The intergovernmental relation structures in all spheres of government are not working in unison as envisaged by the district development model. The municipality were not properly consulted in just energy transition and its implication to local municipalities. That some municipalities are owing ESCOM substantial amount of money and find it difficult to effectively service those accounts. The transition of South Africa's energy sector from coal towards a cleaner source of energy will have a direct impact on the electricity value chain. The need for municipalities to have a concrete plan to assess climate funding in order to adapt to the transition. Municipalities will need to change their business model to adapt to the transition, such as becoming network service providers. Let's continue. Three quarters of coal production and electricity generation take place in Emalahleni, Steve Tshwete, Govenbeke, and Msukalika, which is Emelo. Municipality require an appropriate or part or portion of the US 8.5 billion jet climate financing package in order of a local government to it, I think, on just transition. This funding will assist in accelerating the decarbonization of the local government electricity system. That all spheres of government, particularly local government, can influence and benefit from the JETP and investment plan. SALGA has a clear strategy role to play in, representing the interest of local government to fulfill its developmental obligation. Support provided thus far by the USAID South African Energy Program. Mpumalanga Green Cluster Agency launched in March 2022. Local government to make input into the RIP as it's under review. The Provincial Members Assembly resolved that LGCTA should partner with tertiary institutions to capacitate municipalities. We resolved also that SALGA must lobby for public entities to be levied for property rate to enhance municipal revenue. Sector department official must support political office bearers by attending SALGA governance structures. We resolved that district municipality must support COCTA to implement disaster management obligations. Another that we have resolved is SALGA to request the Premier's office and COCTA for the convening of the Premier's Coordinating Forum and the District Development Model to provide a platform for SALGA to present matters that affect our municipalities. We resolved that the District Development Model process be institutionalized in order to ensure full participation by stakeholders. SALGA to assist municipalities in developing system, policy and bylaws to attract and retain investment in the municipal jurisdiction. SALGA to support municipality in digitizing the evaluation cycle. SALGA to assist municipality to consult and research on flat rate for property rate not previously registered or valued, as well as applying on the Property Rate Act to collect levies from ESCOM Transnet infrastructure. The budget and organizational structures of municipalities should provide for substantive improvement in waste management. SALGA to advocate for the overhaul of disaster risk management institutional and funding arrangement, as well as the determination of powers and functions between district and local municipalities. SALGA to facilitate professional standard in the practice of disaster risk management. Members municipality to continue to build administrative capacity for implementation of disaster risk mitigation and response across all departments of the municipality. SALGA to support municipality in establishing public-private partnership to strengthen disaster risk management and fire services. SALGA to lobby or engage the Presidential Climate Finance Task Team to have more transparent consultative going forward. Presidential Climate Finance Task Team to allocate appropriate percentage of the climate funding to municipality, which is JET IP. Presidential Climate Finance Task Team to conduct a comprehensive engagement or consultation with the local government on the published JET IP and explain the basis, rationale, and what informed the allocation of funds to the local government and to get the local government input. There should be engagement on the JET investment plan with local government to understand the energy transition fund allocated, the basis and the rationale for such allocation. SALGA NEC must engage the Department of Mineral Resource and Energy as well as the Presidential Climate Commission with a view of getting in-depth understanding of the just energy transition processes. SALGA to facilitate knowledge and information sharing on just energy transition before the planned two-day engagement session with critical stakeholders, including PCC, ESCOM, DRMAE, amongst others, so that administrative political leadership can have a deeper understanding on what this transition is all about. Municipal Council must support internal audit committees, and impact to be effective by appointing skilled personnel as well as experienced councillors. Municipality must review terms of reference and delegation of internal structures and functionaries. Municipality must establish disciplinary board and ensure their functionality. In-year investigation by impact on the UIFW expenditure must be conducted, which is the UIFW register circular number 68. Prior year UIF and W must be investigated in line with the UIFW reduction strategy. Municipality must develop and approve a UISW reduction strategy. Capacity building for councillors should be enhanced towards capacitating councillors to be effective. SALGA to encourage municipality to publish coalition agreements. We remain committed to improving the system of government and ensure that we collectively bring service to our people in coherence, consistency, and sustainable manner. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Sicela simshayele izandla. Shall we then adopt, or do you want to make amendments towards the declaration? Chair, I'm also checking, maybe before I open hands. Honorable Emisitandi came here as a capacity of the acting premier. Maybe we should correct it on the declaration. I've saw a hand yakababa lapha. Emisitera, if you want to make some additions or contributions towards the declaration before adoption.
Thank you, Chair. I thought, Chair, I will hear in the declaration the issue that we have raised, the disparity amongst the district. Well, I don't know, but I thought that should be a binding statement to the SALGA.
Thank you very much. Any other item? Dr. Ndlovu? Have you heard the comment from Ubab Shabal? Eh? Okay, any member? You want to come in, Covenpeg? Or sharp? Or come in?
No, thanks, Chair. We were saying the point that is being raised by Councillor Terre is covered. I therefore move for the adoption. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Executive Mayor, PC Member Covenpeg has moved for the adoption. Any second? Correct.
With amendment on that declaration. But now let me be taken on confidence, on the bullet, so that I move out of here. I know that it is there on the declaration.
I can assist with that item. Indicate which item, by the way? The item representing Tatetera?
We presented that there is a disparity in terms of the functions among the 3 districts in the
Okay.
province, yes. So
All right.
I said it should be taken up by SALGA, but on the declaration I did not hear it. So I said, let me be convinced on the declaration, which bullet reflects on that, because when we come back, we must see progress on that matter, unless it is a by the way to say, and it was not taken seriously. But with that, yesterday, the NEC member, he said SALGA should now bite. Your bite declaration. Maybe it is not taken seriously.
Okay. I'm getting an essence of on what he wants us to put on the declaration. He's talking about the disparities that are within the district, and I think it's maybe the outcry that is from Ehlanzeni that some of the powers are not within the district. And I think it's correct when he says these powers and these disparities must be something that SALGA take decisions on. If Nkangale's got equal powers, they must also be equal to Gert and Ehlanzeni, which I think is a fair comment that needs to be part of the declaration, Dr. Ndlovu, which it's well taken, and Tatetera. With that amendment, can we then agree, Executive Mayor Govenbegi, to adopt with amendments? Mbuyela kuwe, Govenbegi, Executive Mayor. There are amendments made.
No, Chair, thank you very much. I think that the amendment is relevant. At some point, we must understand how exactly were those powers even taken from the beginning, because they are legislated. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, I think the declaration also gives SALGA powers to engage on that matter, even though they are legislated, but it gives us an authority to go back and say they must be reinstated so that Ehlanzeni becomes a fully functional institution. Shall we then have a seconder? Untate Renias there.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I think with the emphasis from Councillor Shabangu that it must be reflected that those recommendations. But the other matter which maybe should be at the point of emphasis is that maybe at the level of the PEC, all members of the PEC must be appraised on what happened, so that finally, when this is to be processed, the PEC must speak in one voice. Okay. Because if ever there's an oversight on information that you are not understanding the situation at the same level, it might even create a problem on the implementation. So at the PEC level, let that information let the PEC be taken into confidence that why there is this disjuncture in terms of the powers of the district. Now, with those emphases, I want to second Councillor Zuma that we accept the declaration. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our declaration has been adopted and seconded as such, and matters that will be further taken to the PEC for emphasis in ensuring that this declaration becomes a program of action. Are we agreeing? Can we put a round of applause for all of us? Thank you so much, leadership. We have now come to the item, which is the last item, the closure of the Provincial Members' Assembly by our chairperson, Majesta. Simshayeleni izandla, she's coming. Thank you, ma'am.
No, thank you very much once more, DC. To my executive mayors, speakers, chief whips, MMs, MMCs and councillors, chairpersons of MPECs, everyone that attended this PMA, I'm singling out my colleagues from the municipalities because I want to believe everything that I wanted to say in my closing remarks is contained on the declaration, which we need to translate into a program of action that the PEC will play an oversight in ensuring that come the next PMA, we're able to give account in terms of progress that we've made in implementing the bold resolutions that we took in these 2 days. In the presence of the AG, you know, when you were presenting AG, I want to really make a call to executive mayors or the Troika members. You know, all the information that we've processed during the 2 days, especially today, talks about the quality of our leadership. Whether are we a decisive leadership, the systems that we have inherited, is there a will for us to change those systems if they are not working, so that we respond to what the legislation dictates of us to do? Because indeed we need to reflect on the quality of our workforce. If really we would receive a report from Provincial Treasury that speaks of the challenged municipalities in as far as the equitable share is concerned, why are we having those CFOs? Why are we keeping them? Why are we still appointing consultants to do our AFS? I think that's the tone, that's the language, and we want to appreciate the Honorable Speaker of Nkangala, because as councillors we need to understand our role. You take decisions and decisions must be implemented, but those decisions must be legally sound and they must be financially sound and there must be oversight and accountability. That's that. That's that. The legislation says you must hold 4 ordinary council sittings, and in between there would be those special meetings that you will convene for compliance matters. Are you calling upon those Section 71, Section 72 reports to come to council so that you begin to address those issues? What happens to the audit action plan that is presented and adopted to council? By council, are you able as executive mayors to play an oversight? Recommendations that are presented before you by MPECs, are you able to take serious, or have we captured the MPECs to produce reports that we want to hear as executive mayors? So we'll not be able to come closer and speak one language with the AG if we're a leadership that suggests that what we've inherited in these municipalities, the status quo should remain. Indeed, all these challenges needs a leadership that is prepared to take the bullet. We are talking of threats that are going to municipal managers. Probably let's challenge ourselves to receive more of these threats, because they suggest we want to change. And then we'll come in as SALGA and lobby national government like we are currently doing to say, let's protect our councillors and employees, because we want to change the landscape of local government to be the ideal municipality that the president is calling upon all of us to do. We have received presentations around coalitions, and I want to challenge municipalities of Mpumalanga. Voters really no longer want to give us an outright majority. And the presentation is preparing us to say, let's go back. In order for us not to arrive with these coalitions, let's go back and implement the one plan, the 5-year plan, and keep our voters with us. Consult with them where we need to review, we review, we take decisions. We won't be having that dire situation that others saying the 3 municipalities that are experiencing challenges because they don't have the outright majority. SALGA is in the space, will continue to be with you. Executive Mayor of Steve Chwete, we are with you during these trying times, and you are not alone. SALGA is here. We want to say, member municipalities, let there be value for the levies that you are paying to SALGA. We are not going to work 24/7. Some of us, we know we are leading municipalities, but we are given an added responsibility to lead all municipalities at the SALGA level. So it means we must, at some point, all my DCs, because we happen to be district executive mayors that are doing well in as far as the AG is concerned, and we need to couple these clean audits with service delivery. Service delivery. See, accounting etimali, but services on the ground in terms of the district development model. We must change the face of local government with regards to services. And we are saying, probably in the next PMA, each and every DC in the PEC must tell us, Ekteni, what is it that he or she is doing in pulling up those municipalities. And we want to make a call, those municipalities that has improved their audit findings. We are not, as SALGA, given the support that we are giving, going to really tolerate irregression. And some of the things that makes probably us feel and think there's no value from SALGA. Are we implementing the advices that we are getting from SALGA? It's another question, difficult question that we must be responding to. Because we would say, we no longer see irrelevance as SALGA, but it goes back to the question of we are being advised, even by our internal governance structures, we are not taking them serious. SALGA will come and advise us, we will not do likewise. So, colleagues, it is us. We have to change. It is us in the current. We are unable to account in terms of their whereabouts. And these municipalities that are still here today are those municipalities that were awarded last night in terms of performance. There is commitment. It starts there. No one will tell you what to do because we have taken an oath. Actually, this is what we do. So SALGA can only support where the support is requested, welcomed, and appreciated. So on that note, everything that has been processed here, at the center, acting CEO, at the center of this PMA, what came out very clear is the question of the just energy transition. We are saying take that matter up, put it in the office of the SALGA presidency so that we get the highest decision makers to probably come to the space and assist Mpumalanga province in interpreting the issue of the jet so that we move together with you. And we are saying we can't be the hub, have the grid here ESCOM in Mpumalanga and have our municipalities that are drowning in these ESCOM debts. So it's a matter that really we should be engaging on it robustly so. So we are committing as PEC in this PMA to say we've already set the tone. We are determining the agenda of SALGA Mpumalanga, not officials. So here we heard you. What is it that you want? No scamto, you want implementation. We must be impact driven. Our vision is that for the next 4 years, we need to change these municipalities to be these ideal municipalities. And at the center is the economic recovery and reconstruction plan. Let's go and revisit our LED units. Let's go and establish our investment units. We will be able to implement that plan that will respond to the triple challenges. Thank you very much, DC.
Thank you very much, Chair. The tone is clear. Colleagues, let's come back to another PMA with an improved performance of our local municipalities. Indeed, if we are improving service delivery, we will not see what the CEO has presented. I just got hot flashes when he said there could be a possibility of obstruction of executive powers to the coalition municipalities. Remember, we're working towards 2026, which our municipalities must be in order. And Tina, we've got executive authority and we've got an executive powers that council must take decision. I was very jealous this morning, Chair, when Mackenzie in the Karoo region is building a 4.5 billion logistic hub. Manje la Mpumalanga kugcwele mus transition Mloto corridor N4 Maputo corridor mara sicabangi nje i-logistic hub nathi esingahle siyenze la that will make us shine. That Mackenzie is 1 year in the office. He's building a 4.5 billion. And Tina, we've got an executive power at council to take such decision and put in investment. Let's change the environment of our developmental state. And that can only happen in local municipalities. We appreciate, Chair. We appreciate the tone. and not only on an institutional base, but on what our people want to see us as elected officials, an impact that we're making in their society and where we are living. So it's all up to us. The PMA has set a tone. Let's go out and make our election in office ibonakale kulabantu labasikhethile. And it can only take all of us as team, as united, as focused, troikas and councillors on what we want to achieve for the development of our people. And as you go, travel safe. There is a storm, there is a rain. Don't rush. Let's arrive home safely. There is Christmas festive. May the good Lord lead you. Be with the family. Chair, I always say we are given an opportunity to get something every month. Share with somebody that do not have anything. Share with somebody. Be a blessing with somebody that does not have anything. So that sibonakale as a caring society and caring South African, and travel safe. May the good Lord bless you.